like you to less now we're oh my God!
You better get in there and save her.
I'm not gonna get in there. You get in there.
I got a backpack on. You don't get in water with a backpack. Everybody knows that.
A balance. It's so much bigger.
I only know one truth. It's time for the Jedi to end. Tell me something. What do you know about Wakanda? It's a third world country. Textiles, shepherds, cool outfits. All a front. Explorers have searched for it. Called it El Dorado. They looked for it in South America. But it was in Africa the whole time. I'm the only one who's seen it and made it out alive. I can see you.
The world is changing. Soon, there will only be the conquered and the conquerors.
Step into the spotlight.
You are a good man
Step into the spotlight.
with a good heart. And it's hard for a good man to be a king.
What has happened is a colossal military disaster. We shall go on to the end. We shall never surrender.
The call went out. We have to go to Dunkirk. Ready on the stern line.
What are you doing? You know where we're going.
Into war, George.
I'll be useful, sir.
One of ours.
He's on me.
I'm on him.
The ship's about to leave.
Down you go.
They need to send more ships. Every hour the enemy pushes closer. They've activated the civilian boats. Civilians? We need destroyers. Where are we going?
Dunkirk.
I'm not going back.
If we go there, we'll die.
You're weekend sailors, not the bloody Navy.
You should be at home. There's no hiding from this, son. We have a job to do.
Turn it around!
fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender. We shall never surrender. We shall never surrender.
Where's the bloody Air Force?
One badge. Two badge. Billion time.
Father, why do I still feel guilty? The guilt means your work is not yet finished.
Downtown office thinks we got a new player in Hell's Kitchen.
What do they want?
The DA's office says the shooter's independent.
He's tracking gangs to their home turf and taking them out with military precision.
With knowledge and hardware to take out half the city, Hell's Kitchen is about to explode.
Bang.
Maybe we created him. All of us.
There's no connection.
We never stopped to think that Daredevil's actions could open the door for men like this.
How much longer before innocent people start getting caught in his crossfire? Blood is being shed.
And you've donated more than your fair share.
The city needs him.
I need to take care of the scum that killed my family.
People don't have to die.
You hit them and they get back up. I hit them and they stay down. Why are you doing this? Because I think you're a half measure. I think you're a man who can't finish the job. I think that you're a coward. You know, you're one bad day away from being me.
Electra.
Hello, Matthew.
Wow, this is a fun group. Welcome to detention. Spencer, Bethany, Fridge, Martha. You're all here for a reason.
Hey, person walking.
You should be thinking about who you are and who you want to be. You'll have plenty of time to figure that out while you're cleaning out the basement.
Are you gonna help or are you too pretty?
I'm too pretty.
Yo, what's this?
A game for those who seek to find a way to leave their world behind. Jumanji. You pick a character and you're that person in the game.
Which one do I pick?
I don't think it matters that much.
Oops, Finbar. Sounds like a badass.
I'll be the curvy genius.
Dr. Smolder Bravestone.
Guess I'm Ruby Roundhouse.
Guys. Chloe V.
Where's the rest of me?
Oh my God. Fridge?
Yeah, I'm Fridge. Who are you?
It's me, Spencer.
Who is she?
Martha?
Why am I wearing half a shirt and short shorts in the jungle?
I think we got sucked into Jumanji and we become the avatars we chose.
So that means
Bethany?
Oh, wait, Bethany. Don't look at it.
I'm an overweight middle-aged man. I don't have my Claritin, and all I see around here is pollen.
Well, I don't have the top 2 feet of my body.
Damn, that is a man right there. Don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry, it's gonna be okay.
This is a video game, which means we all have special skills.
Why am I running so slow?
is so intense. I can't even with this place.
Watch your step in here.
Maybe we're all in a coma.
What?
That old game machine must have electrocuted us, and now we're all... Oh my God!
You better get in there and save her.
I'm not gonna get in there. You get in there.
I got a backpack on. You don't get in water with a backpack. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
We have to be ready. You, me, the others. There's an attack coming from far away.
Not coming, Bruce. It's already here. The others. Where are they?
Arthur Curry, the Aquaman. It's on him.
Organic and biomechatronic body parts. He's a cyborg.
You should probably move.
Barry Allen. Whoever you're looking for, it's not me. You're the Batman?
They said the age of heroes would never come again.
It has to.
What are your superpowers again?
I'm rich.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
My turn.
Come together.
Shall we?
It's good to see you playing well with others again. Just like a bat. I dig it.
Maybe temporary.
Eggsy, I saw in you what someone once saw in me. Something that can't be taught. The makings of a Kingsman. Being a Kingsman is more than the clothing we wear or the weapons we bear. It's about being willing to sacrifice for the greater good. I hope you're ready for what comes next.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. For what is a man? What has he got, if not himself? Then he has not. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way.
Oh my God. Hi.
Sooner or later, the humans are going to find us up here. You should have known this day was coming. we supposed to follow our king and remain as silent as he is? We need to go to Earth now. We've been hiding here too long. Let's go to our rightful home. If we were on Earth, we would have a glorious planet to live on, thrive on.
You're talking about betraying your brother. You're talking about treason.
You're blind to his intentions. Right or wrong, he's dangerous. What I'm talking about is freedom. Freedom for all Inhumans. Are you going to use your voice to kill your only brother? Stop it! What the?
We will not let anyone or anything stop us. We will create our destiny. Nothing can keep us from being free.
Light. Darkness. A balance.
It's so much bigger. One truth. It's time for the Jedi to end.
Generations, the gunslingers were knights, sworn to protect us from the coming of the dark.
These visions, as you call them.
What do you see?
I see a tower, the man in black, and the gunslinger.
They're just dreams. They're not real, Jake.
There's another world out there. I know there is.
Who are you?
It's you. You're a gunslinger, right?
There are no gunslingers. Not anymore.
Why does the man in black want to destroy the tower?
The tower protects both our worlds. If it falls, hell will be unleashed.
He's like the devil, isn't he?
No, he's worse.
You can't stop what's coming. Death always wins.
Your world might be gone, but mine isn't. You let...
to be ready. You, me, the others. There's an attack coming from far away.
Not coming, Bruce. It's already here. The others. Where are they?
Arthur Curry, the Aquaman. It's on him.
Organic and biomechatronic body parts. He's a cyborg.
You should probably move.
Barry Allen. Whoever you're looking for, it's not me. You're the Batman?
They said the age of heroes would never come again.
It has to.
What are your superpowers again?
I'm rich.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
My turn.
Come together. Come together.
Shall we?
It's good to see you playing well with others again.
Just like a bat. I dig it.
Maybe temporary.
There is a stranger who comes to this village from the sea. He comes in the winter when people are hungry and brings fish. He comes on the king tide. That was last night.
Tuck.
I believe that an enemy is coming from far away. I'm looking for warriors. This stranger. Others like him. I'm building an alliance to defend us. It's very important that I see this man. Barry Allen. Bruce Wayne.
You said that like it explains why there's a total stranger sitting in the dark in my second favorite chair.
He said he'll fight with us?
More or less.
More or more less?
Probably more or less.
He said no.
He said no.
Look, man, I don't know who you are, but whoever you're looking for,
So you're fast.
that feels like an oversimplification.
I'm putting together a team. People with special abilities. You see, I believe enemies are coming.
Stop right there. I'm in.
You are? Just like that?
Yeah, I need friends.
Great.
Can I keep this?
I heard about you. Didn't think you were real. I'm real when it's useful. Arthur Curry. I hear you can talk to fish.
When you're a kid, I think that you'll always be protected, cared for.
We like hanging with you.
Thanks.
You shouldn't think us too much. Hanging out with us makes you a loser, too.
But when you're alone as a kid, the monsters see you as weaker. You don't even know they're getting closer until it's too late.
Where's the poison ivy? Nowhere. Okay, well, I'm starting to get itchy. I'm pretty sure this is not
Do you
good
use
for
the
my-
same bathroom as your mother?
Sometimes, yeah.
Then you probably have crabs.
That's so not funny.
Aren't you guys coming in?
It's gray water.
What the hell's gray water?
It's basically piss and shit. So I'm just telling you, you guys are splashed around in millions of gallons of dairy pee. So, are you serious?
Doesn't smell like caca to me, senor.
Have you ever heard of a staph infection?
Also, the
This
staph
is
infection.
so unsanitary. This is literally like swimming inside of a toilet bowl right now. You're the reason why we're in this position right now.
Guys!
Whose sneaker is it?
It's Betty Ripsom's.
What if she's still here?
There you go. She's all ready, Captain.
Thanks, Billy.
Derry's not like any time I've ever been in before. People die or disappear 6 times the national average. And that's just grown-ups. Kids are worse. Way, way worse.
We all float down here.
I saw something. There was this
Clown. Yeah, I saw him too.
Look, it's all connected by the sewers. That's where it lives. What happened?
Bill, if you'll come with me, you'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too.
Diana. Fighting does not make you a hero.
What if I promise to be careful? Just a shield then.
Diana.
No sharp edges.
Be careful of mankind, Diana. They do not deserve you.
You've told me this story.
What is this place? Who are you people?
We are the bridge to a greater understanding.
Right.
What is your mission?
Well, here's the thing. You are in more danger than you think. The boys in the trenches called her Dr. Poison. Millions would die. The war would never end.
I'm going, Mother. If you choose to leave, you may never return. Who will I be if I stay?
Will come when you have to rise.
To the war.
Well, technically the war's that way, but we gotta go this way first.
How can a woman fight in this? Ooh.
Who is this young woman?
She's my,
Diana, Princess of the
Prince, Diana Prince. If you believe that this war should stop, help me stop it right now.
What are you?
You will soon find out.
Wonder Woman, rated PG-13. Experience it in IMAX 3D June 2nd.
Every civilization was built off the back of a disposable workforce. But I can only make so many. Happy birthday.
There is an order to things. That's what we do here. We keep order. The world is built on a wall that separates kind. Tell either side there's no wall, you bought a war.
You're a cop. I did your job once. I was good at it.
I know.
What do you want?
I want to ask you some questions.
The key to the future is finally unearthed. Bring it to me.
They know you're here.
I always told you, you're special. Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
Just tell me what happened next.
Look, I don't know. It's fuzzy. You went off your medication.
Wake up.
Why?
We're just looking for the truth. Which you promised to tell.
I told you they took her.
Sydney Barrett, the girl who disappeared.
She didn't disappear. She took my place, and I took hers.
Wait, what?
It was her power, I think. Can you explain that?
So is he crazy, or...? Continue. He believes he's mentally ill. But he may be the most powerful mutant we've ever encountered.
Can we take a break? Please?
Of course. Let's take a break. Stop. We can skip that part. Unless you think it's relevant to...
No. I mean, we don't have to.
Okay. Let's talk about it. What's that?
Wow, this is a fun group. Welcome to detention. Spencer, Bethany, Fridge, Martha. You're all here for a reason.
Hey, person walking.
You should be thinking about who you are and who you want to be. You'll have plenty of time to figure that out while you're cleaning out the basement.
Are you gonna help or are you too pretty? I'm too pretty.
Yo, what's this?
A game for those who seek to find a way to leave their world behind. Jumanji. You pick a character and you're that person in the game.
Which one do I pick?
I don't think it matters that much.
Mewes Finbar. Sounds like a badass.
I'll be the curvy genius.
Dr. Smolder Bravestone.
I guess I'm Ruby Roundhouse.
Guys. Oh, they.
Ow! Where's the rest of me?
Oh my God. Fridge?
Yeah, I'm Fridge. Who are you?
It's me, Spencer.
Who is she?
Martha?
Why am I wearing half a shirt and short shorts in the jungle?
I think we got sucked into Jumanji and we become the avatars we chose.
So that means
Bethany?
Oh, wait, Bethany. Don't look at it. No!
I'm an overweight middle-aged man. Well, I don't have my Claritin, and all I see around here is pollen.
Well, I don't have the top 2 feet of my body.
Damn, that is a man right there. Don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry, it's gonna be okay.
This is a video game, which means we all have special skills.
Why am I running so slow?
That was so intense. I can't even with this place.
Watch your step in here.
Maybe we're all in a coma.
What? That old game machine must have electrocuted us, and now we're all... Oh my God! You better get in there and save her.
I'm not gonna get in there. You get in there.
I got a backpack on. You don't get in water with a backpack. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
We have to be ready. You, me, the others. There's an attack coming from far away.
Not coming, Bruce. It's already here. The others. Where are they?
Arthur Curry, the Aquaman. It's on him.
Organic and biomechatronic body parts. He's a cyborg.
You should probably move.
Barry Allen.
Whoever you're looking for, it's not me. You're the Batman?
They said the age of heroes would never come again.
It has to.
What are your superpowers again?
I'm rich.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
My turn.
Come together. Come together.
Shall we?
It's good to see you playing well with others again.
Just like a bat. I dig it.
Maybe temporary. There is a stranger who comes to this village from the sea. He comes in the winter when people are hungry and brings fish. He comes on the king tide.
That was last night. Talk.
I believe that an enemy is coming from far away. I'm looking for warriors. This stranger. Others like him. I'm building an alliance to defend us. It's very important that I see this man. Barry Allen. Bruce Wayne.
You said that like it explains why there's a total stranger sitting in the dark in my second favorite chair.
He said he'll fight with us?
More or less.
More or more less?
Probably more or less.
He said no.
He said no.
Look, man, I don't know who you are, but whoever you're looking for,
So you're fast.
that feels like an oversimplification.
I'm putting together a team. People with special abilities. You see, I believe enemies are coming.
Stop right there. I'm in.
You are? Just like that?
Yeah, I need friends.
Agreed.
Can I keep this?
I heard about you. Didn't think you were real.
I'm real when it's useful. Arthur Curry. I hear you can talk to fish.
When you're a kid, I think that you'll always be protected, cared for.
We like hanging with you.
Thanks.
You shouldn't think it's too much. Hanging out with us makes you a loser, too.
But when you're alone as a kid, the monsters see you as weaker. You don't even know they're getting closer until it's too late.
Where's the poison ivy? Nowhere. Okay, well, I'm starting to get itchy, and I'm pretty sure this is not
Do you
good
use
for
the same bathroom as your mother?
Sometimes, yeah.
Then you probably have crabs.
That's so not funny.
Aren't you guys coming in?
It's gray water.
What the hell's gray water?
It's basically piss and shit, so I'm just telling you. You guys are splashed around in millions of gallons of Derry pee. So, are you serious? What are you...
Doesn't smell like caca to me, senor.
Have you ever heard of a staph infection?
Also,
This is so unsanitary. This is literally like swimming inside of a toilet bowl right now. You're the reason why we're in this position right now.
Guys!
Whose sneaker is it?
It's Betty Ripsom's. What if she's still here?
There you go. She's all ready, Captain.
Thanks, Billy.
It's not like any town I've ever been in before. People die or disappear 6 times the national average. And that's just grown-ups. Kids are worse. Way, way worse.
We all float down here.
I saw something. There was this
Clown. Yeah, I saw him too.
look. It's all connected by the sewers. That's where it lives. What happened? Well,
Bill, if you'll come with me, you'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too.
What has happened is a colossal military disaster. We shall go on to the end. We shall never surrender.
The call went out. We have to go to Dunkirk. Ready on the stern line.
What are you doing? You know where we're going.
Into war, George.
I'll be useful, sir.
One of ours. He's on me.
I'm on him.
The ship's about to leave.
Down you go.
They need to send more ships. Every hour the enemy pushes closer. They've activated the civilian boats. Civilians? We need destroyers. Where are we going?
Dunkirk.
I'm not going back. If we go there, we'll die.
You're weekend sailors, not the bloody Navy. You should be at home. There's no hiding from this, son. We have a job to do. Turn it around!
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender. We shall never surrender. We shall never surrender.
Where's the bloody Air Force?
All the people that make life miserable, make life dangerous. What if we can change things? The human whose name is written in this note shall die.
Shall we begin?
You're a death god?
Yes.
What exactly can I do with this death note?
Put your name down and see what happens.
It's not gonna solve a few crimes. It's gonna solve all crime.
Do you think that I'm crazy?
I think you're not crazy enough. We could change the world.
The killer has taken credit for over 400 deaths. Although we do not know how he kills his victims, we do know he's not some omnipotent force. He's a person, like you or me.
You're the one who flew into the sun. I'm just here to make sure you burn.
We're not the good guys anymore.
Hope you know what you're doing.
I promise you, you will not survive.
What they want is a god. So let's give it to them.
Light. Darkness. A balance.
It's so much bigger.
One truth. It's time for the Jedi to end. Tell me something. What do you know about Wakanda? It's a third world country. Textiles, shepherds, cool outfits. All a front. Explorers have searched for it. Called it El Dorado. They looked for it in South America. But it was in Africa the whole time. I'm the only one who's seen it and made it out alive.
I can see you.
The world is changing. Soon, there will only be the conquered and the conquerors.
Step into the spotlight.
You are a good man.
Step into the spotlight.
With a good heart. And it's hard for a good man to be a king.
Every civilization was built off the back of a disposable workforce. But I can only make so many. Happy birthday.
There is an order to things. That's what we do here. We keep order. The world is built on a wall that separates kind. Tell either side there's no wall, you bought a war.
You're a cop. I did your job once. I was good at it. I know. What do you want? I want to ask you some questions. The key to the future is finally unearthed. Bring it to me. They know you're here.
I always told you, you're special. Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
To IGN live from Comic-Con.
We are your one-stop shop for all your Comic-Con needs.
We've got video games, movie stars, TV shows, and more.
Some of the most amazing cosplay in the world.
IGN is giving you inside access to all things Comic-Con. You don't even have to wait in a 6-hour line.
So sit back, get comfortable, because IGN Live from Comic-Con starts right now.
It happens once a year in San Diego. Everyone wants to be there. And today, the wait is finally over. It's time for the biggest pop culture event on the planet.
It feels like this year has got even bigger.
Comic-Con 2017 is here.
Woo! I dig it.
It's Comic-Con.
Terrific.
Tremendous.
It's very lovable. It's fun. It's really cool.
I love it.
IGN is in San Diego to bring you 15 hours of live coverage.
How about that?
We'll take you straight to the show floor for everything you want to see.
It's incredible.
The biggest movie announcements. The latest on your favorite shows. The Comic-Con exclusives you can't get anywhere else. The coolest, craziest cosplay around. The latest game news. And insights into your favorite comics straight from the creators.
James is really annoying like that.
Comic-Con is sold out, but we've got your exclusive pass inside.
It's quite exciting.
Comic-Con.
So let's hit the floor. IGN Live at Comic-Con starts right now.
Oh, hello there. We are here for another day of IGN Live from the center of the pop culture universe, Comic-Con.
And our show could not be bigger. We've got over 6 hours of big stars, breaking news, and cosplay insanity. If it's happening at Comic-Con, it's happening right here on IGN. I'm Brian Altano.
And I'm Damon Hatfield, and we will not rest until we talk to someone from every movie,
every show,
and every comic book and video game you love.
That's why we've got the cast of Game of Thrones coming right up.
Then, Max Scoville will join Brian for a very special up at noon.
And later on, we'll be checking in with the Flash himself. But first, let's throw it to Terry Schwartz on the IGN Live balcony. Hi, Terry.
Hey there, guys. I'm Terry Schwartz, and I'll be up here on the IGN Live balcony all day long talking to some of my favorite stars like Stephen Moyer, Grant Gustin, and Stephen Amell. We're taking up so many superheroes' time, it might not be a bad time to commit a crime.
Thank you, Terry. IGN is the world's most trusted source when it comes to breaking nerdy news. Damon, what's the latest from the halls of Comic-Con?
Well, Brian, after years of trying, it looks like comics legend Todd McFarlane is getting another shot at bringing Spawn to the big screen. Blumhouse Productions, the company behind recent hits like Get Out and Split, has jumped on board, and McFarlane himself will write and direct. While there are no details about the cast or release date, we do know this is a new story, not a continuation of the 1997 film adaptation. So for fans of John Leguizamo and crappy 90s CGI, this must be a pretty bittersweet day.
Winter has come to Game of Thrones, which might explain why the whole cast is in sunny San Diego. Let's see how they're enjoying their Comic-Con experience.
Of really popular Game of Thrones fan theories, and here at IGN we like to score things on a 0 to 10 scale. So we asked the cast of Game of Thrones to weigh in and grade the most popular Game of Thrones fan theories. Here's what they had to say. We'll start off with Tyrion Lannister, secret Targaryen.
Oh, I think that's an 8, like 7 or 8. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's like saying Jon Snow is a secret Targaryen. It's, I've heard that. It's been out there. I'll give that a 5.
That the Clegane Bowl is coming. The Hound and the Mountain will show down.
I really want that to be a 10. I want that to be a 10. It has to happen, right?
I hope 10. I'm pretty certain.
I want that to happen. So I'm hoping that's a solid 9-10, yeah.
How about that Jaime is going to be the one to kill Cersei?
Whoa, 7.
Oh, yeah, I reckon that's an 8.
Oh, that would be just like, that would be delicious. I've never used that word before.
Here's a twist on it. How about that Arya will kill Cersei wearing Jaime's face?
Whoa!
See, I didn't even think of that. That's possible too, 7.
9.
Whoa, 9.
Oh, yes, please. 10 for that, please.
Oh, that feels like it could be a 10, doesn't it?
How about that Varys is a mermaid?
Again, 10, because I want it to be so.
1,000, 10,000. 10!
Merman.
And last but not least, the theory that Varys is a mermaid.
0. I gotta go swim now. Bye.
There is so much more coming up for you on Comic-Con Live with IGN, so make sure to stay tuned for more of our show.
Okay, we've got to take a quick break, but sit tight. The team behind Up at Noon is taking over next.
Not without a fight, they're not.
Brian, this is your show.
Oh, well then don't go anywhere, I guess.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite platforms.
Welcome 2 up at noon. They did it, yeah! Comic-Con, day 3, 4, 5. It's been so long, but we're having so much fun. I'm Brian Altano. This is Max Scoville. We have an awesome show planned for you today. Usually we do these shows on Thursdays at noon on IGN, YouTube, and Twitch, but today we're doing it now. It's happening, it's live, and we have literally hundreds of toys down here to open up and play with. We have movies to talk about, TV shows, video games, all the kind of stuff we played and enjoyed.
Yeah, like
I don't even know how to begin to unpack this show. It's been so great so far.
Yeah, like let's take a minute to just talk about Comic-Con and how cool it is. We have a ridiculously cool job. So we get to, like, literally before this, I got to interview Harrison Ford and Ryan Gosling about Blade Runner 2049.
And Harrison Ford made fun of your shirt.
Yeah,
I can't understand why he would make fun of your shirt.
Oh, it's Jim Carrey. So like that, add that to the list of like Gene Simmons and several homeless people who've accused me of being the pet detective.
So like at that point, do you change shirts? Or you
Not in
just
front
go
of
like,
Harrison Ford.
Well, no, I don't mean like take off your shirt in front of him, but I mean like, are you going to go like, I'm trying to collect as many insults towards my clothing as I can until I die, or am I going to go to the store and get a shirt that doesn't have dead plants on it?
No.
Good answer.
No.
So Comic-Con for me has been fantastic. I've been doing a lot of interviews here. It's been a lot of fun stuff. Yesterday we had the Black Eyed Peas on the show, and they came on to talk about a comic book. And without telling them, and this is the magic of this show, their PR people hired a guy to dress as the main character of the comic book that they wrote with Marvel, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the guy that they got is like 8 feet tall.
That is a huge man.
It's a huge man, and so he just kind of came out, and we're like, oh, the star of your comic is here. Okay, and the camera tilts up. I mean, you're used to that. You're tall. So they all came out, and we're all just like doing the interview, and it's like, okay, it's the Black Eyed Peas and a 7-foot-tall paper mache guy.
That was, it was like a paper mache mask, and then there was like an extra probably 8 inches of mohawk on top of that. Just a really imposing dude.
The show floor itself has been fantastic. It's one of my favorite conventions because you get to see like little kid versions of other people that you love in like comic books and video games. I only got farted on by 2 Thors this year, so that was good.
Wow, that's a record,
record.
Yeah.
So we also come together at Comic-Con because of giant movie trailers, which are hard to watch in there because they project them on a wall sometimes and they're muffled. But we have them for you, and we're going to make them even harder to watch because we're going to talk over them. So these are 3 of our favorite movie trailers that we've gotten. Not TV, not video games, just movies. Starting with Kingsman 2. I don't know if you guys got to see this trailer. It's one of the most insane trailers I've ever seen. The first one was one of those movies that kind of came out of nowhere, sort of loosely based on kind of like 60s.
Well, it's Mark Millar, so it's kind of like he's sort of doing kind of a James Bond inspired kind of kick-ass approach. There's sort of this assassin Harry Potter thing going on, and this Matthew Vaughn directing, who did X-Men First Class and Kick-Ass, and the first one I saw it and I had a good time with it, and upon seeing this, I really want to go back and watch it again because there's so much. It's almost like Men in Black meets James Bond.
Totally.
There's the silly gadgets, and this time around they're teaming up with the Statesmen, who are sort of the American Kingsmen.
Yeah, we get to see the Kingsman headquarters just blown up in this movie. What I love about this is that it takes what James Bond does, where characters die and they come back and they write a story about it, and it seems unrealistic, but it works, and it just turns it into this like almost slapstick Looney Tunes approach. Everything from the fight scenes to character deaths to a character gets his arm cut off and comes back in this one with a robot arm. There's lassos now. Like, it's just fun.
Also, look at that fight choreography.
Dude, like, seriously, they made the chair a character in this movie. Like, you just get to throw around. It reminds me of, like, Jackie Chan and James Bond colliding.
Yeah, but with, like, way higher production values.
So I got to interview the cast of this movie the other night, and they have tremendous chemistry. The one person I didn't get to talk to is Julianne Moore, who plays basically Martha Stewart on crack. And that's the way they're describing it. That's not my punctuation.
Okay.
She's super obsessed with cheeseburgers, just like Sam Jackson was in the last movie. And she just really wants to bring the world together so she can get rich enough to be on the Forbes 500 list legally. Which is hard to do when you're a drug dealer.
Okay, that's a pretty good reason to want to do that. I just love that, like, Channing Tatum's in this, because honestly, I'd watch that dude, like, eat a sandwich. He's just entertaining.
I think I would watch him just order a sandwich.
Yeah. I think they're actually doing that next. It's Channing Tatum orders a sandwich.
Coming up next, something a little more intimate is The Shape of Water. I don't know why a little more.
I was going to make fun of you for that. I don't want to go totally
We've got the great hit film, The Shape of Water, from Guillermo del Toro. The Shape of Water is coming up. It's, I believe, about a woman who falls in love with Swamp Thing.
I was going to say the creature from the Black Lagoon. But,
Yeah,
sure. I mean, it's Abe Sapien, basically.
You want to actually me on a live show? That's cool.
It's a fish pan. But I love, like, I saw something on Twitter that was really funny about this, where it was like, Del Toro throws down a script. He's talking to producers and goes, yeah, she falls in love with a merman, and they're like, oh, you mean like a half fish, half handsome man? And he goes, did I stutter? You know, like, no, it's a fish man. One thing I don't like about this trailer is I feel like it really gives away too many beats. It shows off like way too many parts of what's going on in this movie. But it's also a Del Toro movie, so it might not all be what it seems. But
yeah, and I think it's going to have a fantastic mix of sort of cool character design, practical effects, which we get to see a lot of. There were rumors that this is sort of like in the Hellboy universe.
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think so?
No. I think that's too close. I think he probably learned how to elicit a good emotional response from somebody in a fish costume from working.
That's hard to do
in the Hellboy films. But yeah, I love that it's. This is a serious movie that just happens to have a fish person in it.
Yeah, and it's got this sort of ET element. Michael Shannon plays a scientist who's like, cut this thing apart and find out how it works. And the lady's like, I love him though.
Yeah.
We're being incredibly reductive.
This has got some of my favorite things. It's got hard-boiled eggs, Benny Goodman, Michael Shannon, fish people. It's going to be good. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm probably going to wind up crying watching this movie.
I love a good hard-boiled egg in a film. Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah, okay. So
let's talk about that.
Yeah.
I don't want to show any more of that trailer because it just gives away everything. You and I got to do a Blade Runner activation. We'll talk about it in a minute. This movie, it was in hiding for what, decades now? How long was the last time we got a Blade Runner movie?
I mean, the first one came out in 1982, and then was re-released in, I think, 1994 with the director's cut, which wasn't really a director's cut. And then we got the final cut in, like, 2011 or something. This is a brand new Blade Runner movie. It's directed by Denis Villeneuve, who has a cool name and did, like, Sicario and Arrival, and it looks gorgeous. It looks incredible. We got Ryan Gosling kind of picking up, it's kind of a passing of the torch. Dave Bautista's in there, and he's going to throw somebody through a wall, of course.
That's what he does.
That's in his contract.
Do that in every movie.
Yeah, even in, like, Victorian period pieces, he's still got to throw somebody through a wall. And
the walls are cheaper.
Mercy. Yeah, like, I just got to talk to the director about this, and I think they all kind of know that there is this huge, huge expectation to revisit this universe, because Blade Runner is, I would say, pretty much a perfect movie, depending on which cut you're watching. And they're going back there. Good news is they're leaning very heavily on practical effects and actual set design. All the kind of the terrifying streets and like, alleyways and neon signs and everything, they built that stuff.
Yeah, I really love just the tone of this trailer and all the trailers we've seen so far, the promotional footage, the stills. This is the kind of movie that I will immediately buy the art book for. Yeah. Just geek out at all the sketches and stuff like that. I'm wondering if it'll lean more into a sort of action movie, or like if they're really just going to head on hit the thing about how whether or not Deckard is a replicant,
Sure.
Like, that went from being something that no one talked about for a long time. That Ridley Scott was kind of like, there's no answer to that. It's open-ended, to him just in an interview being like, yeah, he is. He's a robot.
Yeah, depending on which version you watch, it's an entirely different movie. But I gave Harrison Ford a hard time about the fact that he's just wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Like in the original, he's all like, he's wearing like a plaid tie and this cool giant coat, and this one he's just like, it's a hand-me-down from J. Crew. Like,
it belongs in a museum.
Yeah. He said it makes sense in the context of the movie. I love that we're getting all these kind of beautiful sizzle shots of this, but we still don't exactly really know what's going on.
I wish I could wear a t-shirt to work and be like, this makes sense within the context of my day. And people are like, oh, it's fine.
Dude, you talk about science fiction films for a living. You could probably pull it off.
I know, I got to dress it up a little bit. Yeah. So I think one of the cool things we haven't talked about that you probably can't hear because we're babbling, but the soundtrack from this movie is awesome.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a throwback to the original. We've seen a lot of that sort of like very synthy heavy 80s music make a comeback over the last decade or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's Vangelis did the original score. It's one of the best synth soundtracks ever.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I wouldn't surprise me if they got them back to do some of this, but yeah.
So you and I were kind of on the fence on this movie, obviously, because, we're man babies from the 80s, and we were like, don't screw up this thing.
They changed the thing.
They made a new thing, and I love it. It was perfect.
They put the La La Land man in the movie.
But we found out the other day that they were doing a Blade Runner sort of activation here.
Yeah.
And that's a word that doesn't mean anything.
Let's talk about that for a second. Activation basically means think like a carnival game or ride, but using it to promote something.
Yeah.
It's an internal marketing term. It's a thing they throw around. I believe it's going to be kind of a household term in terms of fan culture after a while, because what do you call something that's like a temporary VR experience promoting something? So that's, for lack of a better word. But yeah, the Blade Runner one, they were like something virtual reality experience.
They effectively just rented a parking lot, put a tent on it, and we're like, oh, what could possibly be inside?
Yeah.
So we went in there and we shot a video and we were kind of amazed. So let's take a look.
Hey guys, Max and Brian here for IGN Access. We are at San Diego Comic-Con 2017, and we are at the Blade Runner 2049 experience. Brian, what do we know about this?
So we know there might be a VR thing, and then that's about it. But they basically took a parking lot in San Diego, put a gigantic tent with Blade Runner fonts all over it, and are letting us in to mess around, and everything else will be a surprise.
Yeah, let's go take a look.
Let's do it.
So obviously, if you know Blade Runner, you know the Void Conf test to see whether or not you are a real person or a replicant. The question is, are replicants real people? Well, we got to watch Blade Runner 2049 to find out, but the good news is I am in fact a flesh and blood, normal, old-fashioned human.
So these noodles are really good. I'm trying to stay away from like noodles and carbs and breads and stuff like that, but I'm in Blade Runner. Who cares?
I can't eat this. This is a shirt. I wanted Raw Gnaw, the snack of the future.
So that's the Blade Runner activation here at San Diego Comic-Con 2017. Oh my God!
Yeah,
I don't even know where to start.
They went completely all out. You got virtual reality to start it out to get nice and futuristic. Then there's replicants, there's flying cars, there's laser guns, there's whiskey, there's noodles, there's fog, there's real snow.
I ran out of fingers. Yeah, that's fantastic. We don't get to see anything really on this scale. This feels like something you would see at like a Disney theme park or something like that.
Yeah,
like this is huge.
You know, not counting the whiskey and sex workers walking around.
Well, that too.
Cops hassling you. But yeah, this is really cool. One of my favorite things about Blade Runner is just the sheer density of detail in it, and they didn't skip any of that here. So
yeah, I feel like they really captured that here. So for all things Blade Runner, sci-fi, and everything else, IGN Comic-Con 2017, you're already in the right place. Stick around.
All right, we got to take a quick break, which gives you more than enough time to follow IGN on Twitter.
We've got breaking news, trailers, sneak peeks, and more. Well, not more, but that's a lot of stuff, so, you know, stick around.
And stay tuned because IGN Live is coming back at you next.
This is the IGN show.
Oh no, stop calling me. Hey, Willie. The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite platforms. IGN is everywhere you are, whether you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Snapchat. IGN gives you access to the best news coverage on everything you love, the hottest new trailers and games.
Oh, hello there. Hi.
Hi.
You didn't see us behind these exclusive Star Wars Black Series toys.
Toys!
Toys!
Toys! They're smaller versions of the people we know and have never met, such as science fiction legend Luke Skywalker.
And his car.
We've got so many awesome toys. So, okay, so let's start.
Yeah,
We've got a whole bunch of toys we're going to unbox here. We're going to play with them. This is all the stuff you can get exclusively at Comic-Con. If you're not here, we have it. If not, go on eBay and scalp.
Really good news here, though, is Hasbro does a good thing where a lot of the kind of exclusive angle of their toys is either accessories or packaging or kind of a combination thereof.
Yeah.
Let's start with the really big thing here.
Let's start with the big one.
These are the first toys from Episode 8, The Last Jedi. This is the first time we've gotten a Luke Skywalker in his crusty old man outfit, or Rey in her new kind of like, you know, Jedi robes. These are $50 for the two of them, and the good news is I think they're going to be coming out on their own.
Yeah,
separately.
definitely have to. So this is actually the first time we're seeing Luke in the old man costume. You see at the end of episode 7, he's got his robot hand, and Rey's got her new costume from episode 8, which is sort of like a darker gray, almost capier version than the one she
it's like a kimono kind of thing.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, what's really cool is they did basically the same thing last year with Jyn Erso, and it was kind of the same box. I feel like 5 years from now, if they keep up this steady clip of unveiling Star Wars toys at Comic-Con and coming back to them, it's going to be cool to have kind of like a wall of these. I think they understand that people who want to play with the toys probably hold out for the regular ones they sell in stores, but they've got these cool, almost like kind of like Wall Street Journal. Oh my, what are you doing? You're opening the toy.
Opening the toy.
What's wrong with you? You're opening the toy.
This is prison. You have to break them out of prison.
It's Han Solo who gets frozen in carbonite, not Luke Skywalker.
I'm holding Luke Skywalker.
All right,
so I want to talk about the accessories real quick, or lack thereof. Rey actually comes with a lightsaber and a blaster. Luke doesn't come with anything. Not even like a sandwich. Like, what is he doing on this planet? What about those little porgies that we know about? So many questions.
That's a cool noise.
There we go.
Yeah, so Rey looks really sad. She's kind of got like a.
Hey, how are you? It's me, Luke Skywalker.
Hey, I had to find a map. It took a whole movie to find the map, and I was going to come visit, and you're just not even talking to me.
So on top of that, if you remember Luke back in his good days when he was just chilling, we have this right here, which is the Land Speeder. It's $90. It comes with a Luke Skywalker action figure. I want to point out something real quick.
This is, of course,
ladies and gentlemen, don't do drugs.
I was going to say before and after Comic-Con, but sure. No, these are. This is cool. Basically, the Comic-Con exclusive angle of this is I think the detailing is better, but this is going to come. That's going to come out on its own later.
Yep,
and I like that the hood opens up so you can reenact that scene from Tommy Boy.
Yeah, so we've seen this Luke Skywalker before in the 6-inch scale from Hasbro Black Series. They gave him a new sculpt on his head now, so he looks a little bit better. He's still got this weird kind of like, he looks like he's at a soccer game and it's windy out. He's like, yay!
Yeah.
Or he's like, wind diving. This is really cool because the hood pops up. You can put little WD-40 cans in there like the movie Tommy Boy. It's a great film. You should watch it after Comic-Con. Lastly, let's talk Thrawn.
Yeah, so Grand Admiral Thrawn, if you know your expanded universe, basically he came back in Heir to the Empire, one of the coolest kind of first expanded universe characters that really helped reestablish Star Wars. And then when kind of Disney came in and sort of removed all of the expanded universe stuff from canon, everyone was pretty bummed because he's a really cool character, had all this backstory stuff. But then they brought him back in Star Wars Rebels and gave him his own book. So for Comic-Con, they made this big, huge box set that is, it's $50. It's like, he's got all these artifacts. His whole deal is that he studies cultures by buying their art and analyzing their weaknesses, and that makes him a great Grand Admiral. But yeah, this figure will be sold by itself later on, but it won't come with all this all this hoarder stuff. All these
I
weird
like
antiques.
this weird little lizard closet he's got up there.
Yeah.
What's
One thing that's really cool is that I don't know what those are. That's some dumb artifact, some collectible statue he probably bought here. But yeah, I love that for the Comic-Con exclusive stuff. There's no plastic there, so you can touch him. You can you could probably take him out of the box and play with him and then put him back. Not too difficult.
I think that's the cool thing, right? We're always trying to find that balance between how do you store a figure and how do you pop it out. This is probably one of the coolest things at Comic-Con.
Now,
Max, let's talk about this.
Yeah,
a little
so
bit.
this is NECA's Ninja Turtles box set. Ninja Turtles the cartoon turns 30 this year. It came out in '87. This thing will run you $200. Let's show what's inside here. This is amazing. Last year they did a set of Ninja Turtles that were based on the Konami arcade game, and this time around they're just doing it from the actual cartoon. What's not good news is that if you don't get this at Comic-Con or you weren't able to grab it online, you're kind of out of luck because these guys are only coming together as a set.
Yeah.
They're limited to 5,000 pieces.
Yep. So
again,
you get 4 heroes, 4 villains. So 2 foot soldiers, Shredder,
Right.
Krang, and his cool little I don't know if you can see. He's got
love that
his
thing.
little weird chicken walker thing.
I think we can,
all these extra pieces. There's a pizza in there.
Yep.
There's baby turtles. There's extra hands,
let's
swords,
get the glare
knives.
off of there. You can take
everything.
a look at that right there. These are really
Katanas, they're
nice.
called.
I went to the NECA booth and I asked if these would be broken up and sold separately, and they won't. This is kind of that was to get the license to do this. They kind of had to just sell it this way, which is sort of a bummer. I kind of just want Shredder, but we probably won't be getting that. So
yeah, the box is awesome too.
Yeah, so $200 if you can get your hands on it here. Otherwise, you're probably going to get screwed by some guy on eBay.
Let's talk Bandai.
Yeah.
Because they have cool stuff. They're working with the Dragon Ball and Power Rangers licenses.
They do, I think they understand that people who come to Comic-Con, they're cool with buying some crazy things. Do you want to start with Goku here?
Yeah, let's do that.
This is pretty straightforward.
One of your favorite people in the entire world.
Hey, Goku's great. So this is Super Saiyan Goku. This is Comic-Con exclusive, like deco, I think. I honestly should have done more research here. This is $35. Super articulated. This is in scale with the Star Wars Black Series, Marvel Legends. If you want to do some weird fan fiction stuff,
like you could put him in Luke's car if you want.
Yeah, and he's got extra hands for doing Kamehameha Wave stuff. Really nice. They also just do this black and gold packaging, kind of across lines, which is really nice. So if you walk out of their booth with a bunch of their things, it all matches.
Yeah, super cool. But now, if you're more of a Power Rangers guy and you want jewelry to wear everywhere,
this is where it gets nuts. I think last year they had like a Red Ranger sword or something that it had metal parts and it made noises and it was some obscenely expensive thing. This is a $100 Zeo Gold Ranger Legacy communicator that, let's see.
Yeah, there it is.
Hey, that's my dealer, man. Yeah, is it Zordon? Yeah, you can actually take it to a jeweler and get one of those little tiny pins to put in there so it actually fits. This is made for somebody with a huge wrist.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can get it, brought down a little bit so it fits you. Next up, we've got Lego, Marvel, and DC exclusive blockheads. These are sort of like Funko Pops that you can build.
Brickheads.
Brickheads.
Yes. They
I would have called them blockheads.
They do this ridiculous. Getting your hands on Comic-Con exclusive stuff is tricky. These guys are $40 a pop, but basically they stagger it. So if you want Marvel stuff, I believe it was like you had to be there on Friday or Sunday, and DC stuff was Thursday and Saturday. And you got to get there early and line up and get a ticket to enter yourself in a raffle to buy one of these things, that's kind of a headache. You might as well just eat it and buy it on eBay and go enjoy your time at Comic-Con.
But on top of that, let's talk about the coolest character at Comic-Con. We just saw him for a second there, Deadpool Duck.
Deadpool Duck. This is
what?
So
look at that guy.
They gave us this, and against my better judgment, I looked on eBay, and this thing is already going for $300 because people who collect Lego minifigs are terrifying.
Yeah.
They don't even charge for these. These were part of a raffle. If you showed up and you won a ticket, they give you a minifig. I remember when I first went to Comic-Con in 2006, the whole thing was like, yeah, go to the booth and you get a piece of swag. You get like a cool sticker or a patch or something. They would give away a minifig because they're like, hey, you took the trouble of coming here. Now they're like, enter the raffle and you may win the chance to get the thing that you could probably pay your rent with on eBay.
Yep.
And then, of course, they have Vixen from Legends of Tomorrow.
If you are very old, you might remember Muscle, or Muscle. They partnered with Super 7 to make Muscle aliens. So they used to come in this cool little bucket.
So the original Muscle, I forget what it stood for, but they've been doing this with a bunch of licenses. I think they've got Street Fighter, they've got Robotech, they've got not just Aliens, but Alien, they've got He-Man, they've got some of their own original stuff, but basically they're making these weird little monster characters you can screw with, and for each one of them, they're making up a special acronym. In the case of the Xenomorphs, it's millions of unusual small creatures lurking everywhere, which I think is slightly different from whatever the original was. But
I love this little bucket of toys. They're awesome little figurines. There's like chest hatchers coming out of their bodies and stuff like that. Like, just take a look at that sort of Queen and Power Loader set. They also make this in a yellow variant. The back of the card's got comics on it and everything like that. So very true to form. I really love it. Let's talk about the actual worst.
Yeah, these are the worst. They're like here.
No,
they're called the worst. That's the name of the line. Super 7 does a lot of. They do kind of like, I guess you could call them like art toys. Like kind of they're hipster vinyl, but these are pretty much. These are done in the style of old like retro Kenner figures. They're part of the. I think they're part of the Reaction line, which is taking kind of modern sensibilities and applying them to like older toy designs. In this case, these are called the Star Worst. And they're all done as sort of weird homages to the original Kenner Star Wars toys. In this case, they took this Gas Phantom, an original character of their own creation, and made him the same decoration as the original Kenner Greedo. In this case, this guy is obviously Vader.
I really love these.
X2 the Unknown, but he's an X-Wing pilot. And then there's this Snake Pharaoh guy who's wearing an Imperial uniform.
Mm-hmm.
They're just weird. They're just very strange toys, and I really love it. Like this is the kind of stuff I draw pictures of, and somebody out there is making action figures of
I hope they make like a comic book line out of them and an animated series and all that. Now, Max, do we have an owl back here named Goose?
No, we have a little seal man. If you read Saga,
calling him an owl.
You keep calling him an owl. If you read Saga is one of the best comics out right now. It's I'm totally drawing a blank on the author's name. Really good stuff from Image. They're doing wonderful things. Last year they had a statue of the Lion Cat. In this case, it's Goose, the little fisherman seal. Brian K. Vaughan is his name, and Fiona Staples is the art. This is an adorable little plushy man, and he comes with different outfits. So if you want to put him in his little Gorton's fisherman, rain slicker, or like a little undershirt, you can do that. This is cute as hell. This is $40, and I mean they had plenty of them. I think they're probably they're like, oh, it's exclusive, but I think they're gonna make it easy for people to get.
If you want even more plushies, we've got Stubbins. This is Ratchet in his Crack in Time variant costume, and Red Hat or Red Beanie Parappa. These guys are both available at other cons. So this guy was PSX exclusive, and he was actually from Nerd Block. But we brought them out today because they're on the show floor. You can pick them up. They're really cool. The same company also makes these awesome retro controllers. These right here, they work for your NES and PC and Mac. So they've got like an actual adapter on them for your original NES. And like in 2017, how cool is that? Let's see, last but not least, Cyanide and Happiness, good friends of the show, started blind boxing these tiny little vinyl figurines.
Yeah, this is a webcomic that's been around for 10 years or more. These guys are, I mean, they've kind of had their little style guide here. They've got their blue-shirted man, but they've also got newer characters like Butt Shark.
The shark butt. Spin that boy around. Look at that butt.
It's a shark with a butt.
That's a great butt for a shark.
These guys, I think they're doing a series of these blind box. They're launching them at a pop-up, not actually at Comic-Con. If you're around San Diego, they've got a pop-up shop. Look it up. It's explosum.net. I don't know how much these guys are selling for. They have one exclusive minifig specifically for Comic-Con, and it is a figurine of God. So if you're here, you can grab that.
Exclusive God figurine available at Comic-Con. This is not all the exclusives we have here at the show. We actually opened up some more back in San Francisco.
Oh boy.
But here's the thing. Right before we started shooting the video, we found a whole bag of fake mustaches, so things got really weird. Here's the video.
Hey everybody, Max and Brian here, and we are totally at Comic-Con right now.
Yeah, check out our disguises.
We never recognized us on account of our disguises.
We're cosplaying as older people.
Yes. Someday puberty will come for us. But in the meantime, Mattel was good enough to send over their San Diego Comic-Con exclusives, of which they have quite a few. Oh, look at that.
I lost my moustache.
Okay, well anyway, Spider-Man Homecoming might have just swung into theaters, and the Spider-Mobile from the Hot Wheels is driving into Comic-Con.
You're probably wondering how Spider-Man gets around that city so fast. It's a car.
He has a car. It's a small car. As you can see, it was in Spider-Man number 130. He says, now that's what I call a fiasco.
In Spider-Man's high school, you're allowed to drive a dune buggy at age 16, so it just works out. Believe it.
This will run you $15.
Why?
It's a car. That's not the only exclusive car coming out of Comic-Con. There's also the Justice League Batmobile, which will run you $25.
Achi mama!
Stop. This one has a bit of a fancier package. It opens up and you can see that there is the brand new Justice League vehicle, the Flying Fox.
What?
Yeah.
Does it have an animal in it?
Like a bat car.
This looks like a firework.
Look at the little door opens up and the car. Does the car
Where's the car?
How do we get the car out? Trying to get the car out of the thing. Trying to get it out of there.
Get the car out of the thing.
I don't know how to open this without.
You gotta get the car.
There it is. So there it is. It's a little Batmobile, as you will soon see in the Justice League film, and it's got a little gun that moves around. It's a Hot Wheels.
World's fastest cars. Take the box. Coming up next, Cars 1, 2, and 3, represented in Cars 1, 2, and 3, the Cars form.
3 of them.
3 cars for the box of 1.
And it's only $30.
That's
Lightning McQueen. Ka-chow! Destiny fans will undoubtedly be very excited about the Mega Bloks, Mega Constructs, Ghost Box, Iron Song. It's a lot of Destiny words put together. The point is, you get to assemble a cool ghost, and it's one of these old guys. I'm not going to build it right now, but it's a very nice box.
And if you're hungry, free plate.
Don't eat off of that. It probably isn't good for you. It's $40.
This is free. Hey Max, I love robots.
And I love men.
What if there was somebody that combined the both?
I have great news for you, and it's called the Cyborg. It's incredibly loud. This is, of course, the Cyborg Origins Edition action figure.
What?
Complete with mother box sound effects.
What?
It's very, very loud, so if anyone comes in your house and you want to scare them away, just whip it open. Because it sounds like old bees.
That's the Cyborg noise.
It's actually pretty cool. All right, go on. This one's $25.
Good deal on a Cyborg.
Now finally, here's the real doozy. For $45, you can get yourself the DC Superhero Girls 2-pack of Wonder Woman and Cheetah.
And some feet.
Huge feet. Real big ones.
Big stompers.
Look at those. Look at they got real hair.
And
just
whips.
like us.
And remember,
yeah.
And those are just 6 of the best things you can buy at San Diego Comic-Con, the year 2017.
Yes, lots of toys out there. Huge thank you to Mattel for sending these over. And whoever left this box of mustache is sitting there because we had a grand old time.
Aha! I bet you didn't recognize us. Comic-Con is full of surprises.
My lip really hurts.
I can't believe they let us do that. That's seriously the dumbest thing we've ever made.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Don't
Sorry.
forget to turn those IGN notifications on if you want the latest breaking news from Comic-Con. And if you don't, well, why are you watching this?
Hey, calm down. We have to take another break, but IGN Live is back.
We'll be back in just
I'm
a
hitting
moment.
puberty.
Just a few seconds, we'll be right back. Thank
We've
you
got
so
a
much.
full day of coverage from Comic-Con, so don't go anywhere.
Bye.
The IGN app is the very best way to keep up to date with all the news from Comic-Con. There's a Comic-Con specific feed of content, and on iOS, you'll be able to continue watching the live stream while you read the rest of the news from the show thanks to the floating player. Sign up for notifications and we'll alert you as soon as news breaks.
This is the IGN show.
We take a look at the highly anticipated. Oh no, stop calling me. Hey, Willie. The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
The IGN app is the very best way to keep up to date with all the news from Comic-Con. There's a Comic-Con specific feed of content, and on iOS, you'll be able to continue watching the live stream while you...
Rappa. Now is not the time. Welcome back to IGN Live, your home base for breaking news, cast interviews, and all things Comic-Con.
Coming up, I get to chat with the cast of DuckTales, and then we'll check out some cosplay craziness.
But first, let's throw it out to Terry on the IGN Live balcony for an interview with the flashiest cast on TV.
Another Comic-Con, another amazing year of The Flash back here. Guys, welcome. Thanks so much for coming by IGN Live.
Thanks for having us.
Now, Grant, I imagine you actually probably have the easiest year ever coming up because you're just going to hang out in the Speed Force. You're not going to have to do anything hard. Todd's going to make it super easy for you guys.
Exactly. I don't want to spoil too much, but I really did have the easiest first episode ever, so you're pretty much right.
I mean, you guys sort of wrote yourself not into a corner, but into a fun spot to get out of at the end of last season. Did you already have a plan for where you wanted to move things forward?
Oh, yeah, we always have plans. We know exactly what we're doing every year. No. I mean, we have some sort of broad stroke ideas, but it's always fun to pin ourselves into a corner and then see how we can get out of it.
Now,
So.
Candace, you got left behind. Iris got left behind. Oh, the fans are here. What's life without Barry Allen?
It's really hard for Iris. I mean, they defeated Savitar. It was looking good, and now her fiance is gone. They had a wedding they were planning. She thought life was going to be good for once, but it's Central City. It's the Flash. There's always something. So we pick up season 4 with Iris trying to kind of put her life together without Barry, and she's kind of a leader at Team Flash, kind of picking up the slack in Barry's absence. So yeah, she's dealing with a lot.
Now, you guys have been back filming for a little bit now,
3
right?
weeks.
You're
Yeah.
a couple weeks in.
Right. Yeah.
Todd, last season Flashpoint was only 1 episode. At the end of the year, you have Barry go into the Speed Force.
Right.
Did you approach things a little bit differently? Did you maybe make his time in there longer intentionally because Flashpoint only went on for 1 episode?
Well, yeah, I think originally our intention for Flashpoint was to go a little bit longer, but the ripples of what happened lasted all season. So I'm not going to talk about
Right.
exactly how long Barry's in
But
there.
I was just curious if
yeah.
sort of the way you approach Flashpoint affected the way you're approaching this
I
year.
think what it really affected in season 4 is our tone. It got about as dark as we wanted to take the show, and so this year we're going to up the humor quotient.
Now, you keep dropping the word rebirth, reborn. You're tossing that around a lot. What can you talk about the way the Flash rebirth has impacted this season? Because you've already drawn a lot of influence from it in previous years.
Yeah, I mean, we draw, a lot of the stories come from the comic books, but we're not going to do, I know the title of the first episode is Reborn, but we're not doing the rebirth storyline.
Okay. What were you most excited to explore with Barry this year, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to, at some point today, say that, I do get out of the Speed Force at some point. Barry does get out. And in our rebirth and being reborn, I think Barry can kind of return to his roots in a sense, but have some confidence that he hasn't had in the last couple seasons. So I think we're going to just kind of see him embrace his role as the Flash and a little bit more this year.
And Candace, what can you talk about the way the Wests are sort of reacting to it? I mean, we know that Wally still is a speedster, a powerful speedster.
Yeah, Wally's got a great, interesting arc himself this season. The West family is going to do what they do, which is, pull their strength together and
keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on.
Keeping on.
Yeah.
We don't know too much about the threat this year, but you did drop a name, DeVoe, which we know is the thinker from the comics. Was that, were you excited that fans sort of picked up on that and that you maybe laid down the tracks for where the season will go?
Fans miss nothing.
Yeah,
they watch these episodes over and over and over.
And we try to bury things all the time, and they're pretty acute to the stuff we're doing. So yeah, it's fun.
Is there anything that people have missed that you guys buried pretty deep that you're like, hey, come on, we put this here for you?
I mean, honestly, I don't think so. No.
What can you talk about sort of the broader threat in this season?
This year it's a little bit different. I don't want to get into too much of it, but it's not a speedster villain this year, so Barry has a completely different approach to, and the team, how they're going to stop this.
I'm just so happy that you guys are back at Comic-Con. The fans are freaking out down there. What does it mean to you guys to be able to come back here year after year and just see the response grow and grow and grow?
I think, a fear of the unknown is what's so scary about Comic-Con the first year, and I think knowing what to expect, it makes it more fun, because you know what you're walking into. And just, we're in the 4th season, which is crazy, 4th season of our show, so there's just more to talk about, and there's more content that's been released, so the fans are fans of our show, not just the idea of the Flash, it's cool.
Yeah, it's incredible to come back every year. Look at this. It's all
crazy.
love. We shoot in Vancouver. It's easy to get caught up in that bubble. And every time we come here, we're reminded of the impact our show has and how many people across the world are tuning in every week. We're in their living rooms. It's a really cool experience.
We can't wait for you guys to bring the Flash back this fall. Such a pleasure seeing you all blow them away on that panel. We'll be back with a lot more excitement on IGN Live at Comic-Con, so stay tuned.
You can't come to Comic-Con without cosplaying. It's just missing the entire point.
Let's check out the best of the best cosplay from this year's con.
Our next guest, life must be like a hurricane. Please welcome the cast of the all-new DuckTales. Woo! Wow, we did it. We're going to do the whole song now, multiple times. Thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thanks for having
Welcome
us.
to Comic-Con.
Yeah.
So DuckTales is back. Why now? I mean, why not, right?
What is it, the 30th anniversary?
Yeah, I
of
think
it?
close to it.
Could be.
Yeah,
I think it's going to premiere on either the 30th anniversary.
August 12th?
Around there.
Okay, around there.
But no, when the second, when the actual episodes premiere,
I think it
it's
was
like,
maybe.
oh, wow.
I think it was 87 to 90, something like that. Yeah. We should know our dates of the
We should know our
originals.
dates.
It's fine. I hit
feels
you guys
like the
with a
right
pop
time.
quiz.
Yeah.
I watched it as a kid.
Yep.
It's very nostalgic to me, so it's kind of fun. And I have kids now, so it's nice to be able to share that with them. So I feel like a lot of people are going to have that in common.
Did you guys have that sort of Disney afternoon routine where you'd get out of school, come home, eat as many snacks as possible?
Very much so. Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese was a huge part of my life back then.
String
I'm
thing, fruit by the
lactose
foot.
intolerant now, but back then, mac and cheese.
Oatmeal cream pies, all those
Wow.
little Debbie oatmeal cream
Wow.
pies. Get them.
Remember in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids when they go on the giant one and it's like a giant oatmeal cream
Oh,
pie?
yeah.
I think about that
Do
every
you guys
day.
have turtle pies? It was
Oh,
Ninja
yeah.
Turtle versions of fruit pies.
Oh, yeah, and they came with a card.
I loved it. It was green on
They were
top.
green on the outside and then they had custard on the inside.
It's a very, maybe, are you New Yorker or no?
Yeah.
I think it might be a Drake's New York thing.
Yeah, it was.
Hey,
I think
man,
it was an
I'm
East
happy
Coast
we
thing.
could have this conversation.
I know. What's up, guys?
I don't know turtle pie.
So anyway, turtle pies. They're not coming back. DuckTales is. Tell me about your characters.
Okay, so I play Huey Duck. He's the oldest of the triplets by, I think, like 3 minutes, maybe?
3 seconds.
3 seconds. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Which, like,
Yeah.
twins or triplets, they hold that. They hold that
It
over
counts.
each other.
It
right?
matters. I would say Huey's the most logical of the bunch. He wears a red hat, just so you can identify him. He is a good junior woodchuck. I was a Cub Scout as a kid. I get it. I love lists. I love maps. And in some ways, he tries to be the leader, but I think he realizes that maps and plans don't always work out, which is good.
I play Webigail, and I think I'm just super stoked to be along with the other gang and adventuring with them. You know, Webby was not in all of the episodes in the original, so I think it's very exciting that now we've got this awesome, powerful female character in all of the episodes, and she really does like to run the show and has crazy ideas, and she's very enthusiastic.
I play Dewey Duck. I'm the middle child by a second. I'm a second younger
Yeah, you are. Older.
than Huey. Older, yes, than Huey. And my guy is like, all Dewey wants to do is get out there and jump in. He's like the Leroy Jenkins of the group, if you will. I never thought about that before, but now I'm going to keep saying that.
Yeah. So he's very headstrong, just kind of runs in.
He literally, because he's a middle child, all he wants to do is stand out. So, like, if there's something to be done, he is the first to jump in the room and do it. Like, guys, come here, look what I can do, and stuff like that.
And so now Donald Duck is their uncle, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so he drops the kids off with Uncle Scrooge.
Yes.
Who's like, well, I'll take care of these guys, but we also have to go to like the Himalayas and steal gold.
Why not? That's just weekends.
Is that seems sort of dangerous, right?
Well, it's probably more exciting than just like going to the Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you which would be equally as exciting.
Yeah, actually, I do love Chuck E. Cheese so much.
I would watch that episode.
Yep. Everything gets haunted immediately.
So let's talk a little bit about the locations they get to visit, because that was one of my favorite parts of the original show, which then translated into the video game. The entire video game was basically choosing weird different places in the world, or the moon, and going anywhere. So where are some of the places that these kids go on adventures?
Ooh, what are we allowed to say?
I know. What are we allowed to say?
There's a lot of stuff we're not allowed to say for some reason.
So Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah.
And
they explore Uncle Scrooge's mansion.
They do, and they find there's far more in Uncle Scrooge's mansion than you could think. There are different parts. We do travel quite a bit, and we get to go to different things.
They're hearts.
Oh, that's so sweet. So now we're heading. This is sad, but we're heading towards a more sort of like credit card based society. Uncle Scrooge,
I know.
He still has
the
his
good old days of
coins.
Remember the good old days?
Like, does he still have? He still has his money tower, and people go jumping in it and swimming in it, or he does, right? Are you guys allowed to go in there?
The money bin?
We can sneak in there. We're not allowed in, but we can
Uncle
sneak
Scrooge
in.
would want us in there.
We did get to go to the real life live one though.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was exciting.
How big were the coins?
They're like that big.
Oh, so to scale.
Yeah, Kate got hurt.
Real money.
Very
I
to
did.
scale.
Really?
I went in without my shoes. It was a bad idea.
That's awesome.
Money hurts,
Just
guys.
bare web feet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good lesson to learn, Danny. If you want to say it to
Money
camera.
does.
Money hurts.
Money hurts.
So tell me about some of the sort of like secondary characters on the show, like guys like Launchpad, Gizmo Duck. Those were some of my favorites growing up. I had toys of them.
Launchpad is played by Beck Bennett from Saturday Night Live.
We're pointing this
right
way.
over there?
He's right over
He's on the
there.
other side of that wall.
He's flying around in his little helicopter
And Fenton
somewhere.
and /Gizmo Duck is played by Lin-Manuel Miranda, which is insane and incredible that
What
he's
an
in the show.
awesome! Like, how does that even come together?
And he's of Cuban descent in the show. Gizmo Duck is of Cuban descent. It's like the first Cuban superhero.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Gyro Gearless, is that Jim Rash, too?
Yeah, Jim Rash, Paula Tompkins is in it, Allison Jen is in it. We have so many human beings in the show, yeah.
And so the villains on this show were always very interesting because sometimes they were depending on where you guys traveled to. But one of the reoccurring characters were the Beagle Boys, who I don't know how were allowed to go to jail or forced to go to jail, and then constantly broke out by getting a cake that had like a chainsaw in it,
Correct.
or a nail file, and the cops never checked the cake.
No.
And Ma Beagle was like, "It's cool, I made him a cake." Are these guys back?
Margot Martindale's playing Ma Beagle.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Incredible.
So are you guys interacting with the Beagle Boys again? Are they making a wreck in town?
They're in there. The Beagle Boys are absolutely in there. Ma Beagle's in there. There's a series of different villains that we get to play with on this one.
And I think also, I think people who loved the original will be very excited to know that there are a lot of characters coming back. I think that's safe to say, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You will be rewarded. And also, what's cool about this series is that there's kind of a storyline throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, it is serialized a little bit.
Yeah. So you can
There's
enjoy the single episodes, but also there's a storyline that the nephews and Webby kind of go on a little adventure like that.
There's going to be some great reveals, and I think people will be very satisfied. Yeah.
Awesome. And so you guys were big fans of the original growing up, and then you saw, I assume, what was the concept art for this when it first started kicking around. It was very much based on like the original comic book designs and stuff like that. Were you guys immediately like, oh, this is its own thing? This is a brand new thing here?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw it, well, I think I was talking to Frank, and he was like, we're trying to go to original sort of Carl Barks style animation. And I think in the trailer, you see how it looks like we're coming out of the panels. Yeah. I think that's going to be really cool, and I think gives this sort of a fresh look to it. So it kind of appeals to the original art style, but also kind of, I think the humor is pretty fast-paced and a little bit more
it's
modern.
really funny.
Yeah, so it kind of has like a nice blend there, which I think people like.
Are there sort of modernized tech? Like, do the kids have phones? Are we sort of staying away from that?
Do the kids have phones? She has a grappling hook.
Okay, that's good.
I don't think we have phones, but there is some like Silicon Valley-ish kind of stuff that we go into. I don't know if we could talk about that.
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it.
Internship? Can I talk about that? Yeah.
Yeah? There you go.
Okay, so we have like a...
is that Mark Beeks?
Yeah, that's
played
the
by
Mark
Josh
Beeks
Brenner?
thing. Yeah, so we have like a Silicon Valley-ish kind of episode where we battle over an internship.
Yes.
So there is like some tech stuff there.
Yeah, there is. And also, if you have Gizmo Duck, you also have the series of inventions that Fenton makes and all that stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the cast of DuckTales, or at least a small group of you guys. There are so many beautiful people on the show. When can people catch the show?
August 12th, there's going to be, what is the...
It's every hour on the hour.
24 hours a day.
It's going to be 24
hours a day.
Gyro Gearless was the inventor, guys. I'm so sorry. Gyro Gearless. Fenton turns into Gizmo Duck. Thank goodness.
The first episode is 24 hours long.
It's a 24-hour long episode.
Back to back, the first two episodes like the 1 hour movie, right?
Yeah, so it's 1 hour. It's a 1 hour movie all the way through.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming, and have an awesome Comic-Con.
Thank you so much.
Happy Comic-Con.
Bye, everybody.
What's up, everybody? My name is Josh Rio. I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con at the Marvel booth where they have some costumes from Thor Ragnarok. They have Valkyrie down at the end. They have Thor before he loses his hammer and becomes unworthy and gets a haircut. They have Loki, yes, who's always up to something. And Grandmaster, played by Jeff Goldblum, with blue paint on his face. So these costumes look super awesome from the upcoming movie. So enjoy a close look at the armor.
Well, that's a wrap on IGN Live's first hour of the day, but we've got so much more show coming up.
Now, I'm not saying we've got David Harbour from Stranger Things stopping by, but I'm not saying we don't have David Harbour from Stranger Things. So don't go anywhere.
IGN Live at San. This is the IGN show.
take a look at the highly anticipated.
Oh no, stop calling me.
Hey, Willie. The IGN Show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you...
Welcome back to IGN Live from Comic-Con, your one-stop shop for all your pop culture needs. If it's happening in San Diego this week, we're going to show it, talk about it, and have opinions on it.
But first, we've got a big hour coming up. Comic book legend Frank Miller is stopping by.
And then we're chatting with David Harbour from Stranger Things.
If that isn't enough, we'll be talking all things Guardians with Michael Rooker. It literally does not get any bigger than that.
But first, our next guest helped put the dark in the Dark Knight and change the comics game in the process. Let's find out what's coming next for the legendary Frank Miller.
What's up, everybody? My name is Josh Riel. I'm here at the Dark Horse booth talking to the one and only Frank Miller. Frank, welcome back to Comic-Con.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back.
So you are here to talk about Xerxes, the long-awaited prequel to your 300 comic. What can we expect from the story for that?
It's big. It covers an awful lot of historical material. In fact, it's not really so much a prequel as it's kind of a wraparound. It's a much bigger story than 300. You got to keep in mind that 300 was a 3-day battle. It included more history than that. Whereas the story of Xerxes includes his rise to power over the Persian Empire. And this man effectively conquered the world as the world was known at the time. And the story of the 300 Spartans was a blip in this very large story that was indicative of the eventual fate of Xerxes. So the Xerxes story is very big and very mythical, and I'm particularly excited about where it actually it journeys into the Hebrew Bible. That's particularly good, rich historical stuff.
Awesome. Also, so the full title of this is Xerxes: The Fall of the House of Darius, and the Rise of Alexander. That's a big epic title.
It is a mouthful, and I thought, why not? Because it was originally had a very simple title, Xerxes the God King, and this was suggested to me. And the more I heard it, the more I liked it, because the more it brings in. First off, the name Xerxes is so big and dramatic that for it to have a complicated subtitle, to me, just talks of the sweep of the story, and lets people know that this is historical drama. This is not Superman versus Spider-Man.
Oh, well, speaking of Superman, he was in the Dark Knight, the Master Race #3, and that's concluded now. And I'm curious to hear, do you have any plans to do a Dark Knight #4?
Yeah, I've got notions about that. But way too early to talk about it.
Way too early to talk about. Okay, well, I'll be waiting, and I cannot wait to see what you'll do with that and with Xerxes. So thank you so much for talking to me, Frank.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. This has been Frank Miller here at Comic-Con. Keep it here on IGN.
Disney XD is turning into DXP all summer long, and the IGN show is coming along for the ride.
Let's check out the hottest IGN show on TV.
IGN is on your TV.
We've got brand new trailers, exclusive gameplay previews, and tips and tricks for your favorite game. It's your nightly dose of awesome.
We take a look at the highly anticipated.
Oh no, stop calling me.
Hey, Willie.
The IGN Show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
Okay, guys, we've got some big breaking news. Hot off the Hall H presses, let's check out the trailer for Justice League.
What did you do this weekend, Diana?
Me? Nothing very interesting.
The world remains in mourning after the death of the Superman.
Speculate he was alone. Is a crime wave around the world.
And where is the Gotham Bat? The mass vigilante has been a no-show.
They said the age of heroes would never come again.
It has to. We don't have any more time.
Something is coming.
No protectors here. No lanterns. No Kryptonian. This world will fall. Like all the others.
One misses the days when one's biggest concerns were exploding wind-up penguins.
This is crazy. Honestly, I think we're all gonna die. Each of us, in some way, is held back.
Don't engage alone. We'll do this together.
It's really cool. You guys seem ready to do battle and stuff, but I've never done battle. I just push some people and run away.
Relax, Alfred. I'll take it from here.
Do I know you?
Superman was a beacon to the world. He didn't just save people. He made them see the best parts of themselves.
All right. I don't recognize this world.
We don't have to recognize him. We just have to save it. How many of you are there? Not enough. Do you really think that...
Oh, wow, they really just vanish. Huh? Oh, that's rude.
You said you'd come. Now let's hope you're not too late.
Welcome back to IGN Live. This next group makes me wish I was cosplaying as Chris Hardwick right now. Is the first family of Fear the Walking Dead. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, you're back from mid-season break on September 10th. Is that right? Sounds
correct.
right?
I think so.
I'm being told that checks out. What delightful misadventures do we have to look forward to?
More shenanigans with the Clark family.
Yes.
I think the second half of the season is just as powerful as the first half. It just keeps moving. It's very epic in scale. It's lots of exciting locations, and we try to take over.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely bloodier and grittier next half as well.
Because we left off and there was a truce, but I'm thinking that how long can that last? Things aren't going to go great, right? Is that truce tenuous, to say the least?
Well, I mean, now you're in charge in a certain sense.
It's a hard-won truce, that's for sure. It's very fragile. So, what do you expect? The apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy.
No.
And, Frank, he made a big, Frank Nick made a big move there, to say the least. How much is this weighing on him? He, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision when he came in there and said, I sort of got to do this. But is this something that now is sort of eating away at him, or is it just kind of, no, we have to look forward and sort of survive?
I don't think it's that. I mean, I don't think it's that big a. I don't really know I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
Is it written that do I get remorseful? Not really. I don't think so.
You feel a little indebted to Troy to be.
That's right. Yeah.
To be honest.
I think there's like a sort of.
Yeah.
I feel obligated or something to do with Troy more than to do with Dayton.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think what's been interesting here is that, especially for Madison, is she's trying to protect her family, and they're with this group that they have a lot of reasons not to necessarily really trust in, but they can kind of use them. Is she constantly sort of keeping everything at arm's length? I mean, it was like she seemed like, she kind of took Troy under her wing, but then it's really she was kind of making sure that she could use him in certain ways.
Yeah, Madison's a master manipulator, turns out. I mean, I think just her background as a high school counselor lets her judge behavior and assess behavior pretty quickly. And that's what she does with Troy. In the very beginning, she sees what his needs are, where his Achilles heel is. And she gets in there, makes her way in, gets him to trust her. She's warm with him. She's caring with him. She realizes what he's missing and what he's fascinated by with our family. And she uses that to sort of keep herself out of danger with him, because he's a very dangerous person, but then also to control him, to sort of turn his recklessness and danger into a commodity that she can use for the benefit of all.
Similarly, for Alicia, she's got this relationship with Jake.
Yeah.
You had a really interesting moment, I thought, in the first half of the season where you were kind of asked what your feelings were about him, and it was kind of like, she said she liked him, but that was sort of secondary to what the circumstances are.
I mean, what's nice about this is that it's not a relationship that has any heavy focus.
Yeah.
I don't think the point of this is not for Alicia to try and have a boyfriend or fall in love. It's absolutely not that. I think a lot of this is her having gone through so many traumatic events and experiences with Travis, and then also having to kill someone at the end of season 2.
Yeah.
Like, she's finally at a place of sanctuary of sorts, and she's having to try and be normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a lot more about that and trying to find a way for her to make this life a little bit more easy on herself, and so trying to be younger and have those college sort of experiences and relationship that she kind of missed out on. So trying to fill that void in a way.
Did you not love him then?
No.
So you were just sleeping with him?
You were just sleeping with him.
Wow.
I'm doing what I need to do to survive.
But I think it's interesting that you do see that kernel of, she's her mother's daughter, because in a way she starts to sort of work Jake in the same way, and what she sees in Jake's potential, and she sort of pushes him in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For the good of the
that
whole.
starts developing
so you're just
too.
doing it to get him on side?
No, there are some interesting developments that happen, I'd say, in the second half, but I don't think she's going in there with an ulterior motive. It's more just like,
it just happens.
It happens.
Because she's smart like her mother.
Hussies, hussies.
So, Frank, you had one of my favorite gory moments on this show. I believe it was in the second season, but you had like a battle with a walker, and it ended with you pushing your thumbs into the eyes. When you film a scene like that, are you excited? Is that a fun day on set, or is that oh god, this is going to be?
I like that stuff. That's usually quite fun when you got to do gory stuff. I remember they had like a sheet of iron over the guy's eyes, and then they had like a fake face on him, so the guy all day couldn't see all day, and then so it was quite fun.
Is there anything like that? I know you guys can't get specific, but coming up, where there going to be some moments that people will go, ooh, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got a full episode of a lot of that stuff.
You do?
I'm looking forward to that. With Walker, the character, obviously Madison had reason to be pretty unhappy with him given what happened to Travis. Is she just saying, I have to put that aside? I mean, she knows so much more about who he is and what was motivating him at this point, or is there still in the back of her mind, what, this guy killed Travis?
I think that is in the back of her mind. I think it's hard for her to let it go, but I think in the end, to save her family is always the ultimate priority. And her family now includes this entire ranch, and what she realizes is that they are outnumbered, and he is more powerful, and it is a danger to them, and they have to find a way to live together in peace.
This is, I believe, your third Comic-Con, right, with this show. What is it like for you guys when you come here and there's so much going on, so much, we were just talking like out in the street, there's so much, all these events. Is it fun for you? Do you get any chance to check it out?
I find it really, really fun. I keep thinking about the first year we did it and how that was a real overload of.
It was more stressful.
That was stressful, nerve-wracking. I remember our first panel was very, very nerve-wracking. But this year, we're so much more used to it. It's fun.
We have fun now.
You can enjoy it finally.
You're pro now.
Yeah, you can actually relax. But the first year, oh my God.
And it's her birthday today. It's always her birthday
happy
during
birthday.
Comic-Con.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
Yeah.
They threw a whole convention for you.
I
here.
know. Yep. So nice.
We've got time for one more question.
Thank you.
So coming up this season, last season was the first half of the season, I should say, was really the human versus human conflict. Obviously, walkers play into that the whole time. Will we see as this tenuous truce happens that, of course, they need to keep thinking about those walkers and not each other necessarily? That they can't be too involved in the problems with the humans, or they might be bit.
Oh yeah. You got to keep your eye on both parties.
Yeah. And so there's some, you said there's some gory set pieces, but there are also some sort of big events to come as far as the two groups are concerned.
Yes. There are some big moments.
You're really pushing for some
I know.
spoilers.
No.
That's your job.
You got us on live television feed.
But you guys are so good at not telling.
It's like you've done this before.
I know.
All right, well, we look forward to these okay moments.
Yes.
Second half of
you're going to get some.
Fear the Walking Dead. It's back September 10th. Thanks so much for coming by the show.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Much more to come on IGN Live coming up next.
What's up, everybody? My name is Josh Riel, and I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con standing in the DC Comics booth where they have the Justice League movie costumes. I am so excited to see this movie because, we've seen an Avengers movie, we've seen a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, but we've never seen a Justice League movie. So to tide us over until that movie comes out this November, check out a close-up of the armor.
The pieces. So, Damon, what's the latest buzz from the convention center?
Well, Brian, Ready Player One, one of the most anticipated projects here at Comic-Con, dropped its first trailer today, blowing the doors off of Hall H. The 80s homage action-adventure movie, directed by none other than Steven Spielberg, is based on the Ernest Cline novel of the same name. The movie follows orphan Wade Watts as he battles his way through 80s Easter eggs and a virtual reality scavenger hunt gone wild. Guys, this novel name drops the arcade game Black Tiger, one of my favorite arcade games, but it's so obscure. Let's check the trailer out.
I live here in Columbus, Ohio. In 2045, it's still ranked the fastest growing city on Earth, but it sure doesn't seem like it when you live in the stacks. They called our generation the missing millions. Missing not because we went anywhere. There's nowhere left to go. Nowhere except the oasis. It's the only place that feels like I mean anything. A world where the limits of reality are your own imagination.
All right,
What?
that was the first trailer for Ready Player One. Brian, are you familiar with the story of the novel?
No,
Okay.
and so that would looks like Toys R Us the movie.
That's why I can fill in the story a little bit, yeah. But I wanted to get the reaction from someone who hasn't seen, who
First of
doesn't
all,
know what the story
they're playing
is.
Tom Sawyer, which is a great song, also a book. That was so okay. So did I catch the DeLorean?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Tron like you said Freddy Krueger at some point. And I was
Yeah,
like,
I
no.
saw him blow away Freddy Krueger, and there's a bunch of other superheroes in there. So the premise is that it's in a dystopian future. The world's gone. But
Not great.
two thumbs down. Is
World's gone, 2 thumbs
the world of the future. But there's this like virtual reality experience that everyone can like plug into.
Okay.
And there's this like Mark Zuckerberg media mogul. He's very eccentric, and he I think he passes away, but he leaves behind these clues to his fortune, and the clues are all stuff from his life and his childhood, stuff from the 80s that he loved. And so our hero, the kid, has to like learn what the guy, this famous guy who died, what he loved about the 80s, about Steven Spielberg movies, about E.T. and the DeLorean, and video games and Atari, and all that stuff is like mashed together. He has to learn about that stuff in order to make his way to the treasure. And that's what the movies are going to be, apparently.
That's completely. That looks like it was the most incredibly expensive thing to bring
I
together.
mean, it's got to be a licensing nightmare.
Yeah.
Right? For trying to get all the rights, trying to get people. It's like, yeah. Now we want to use Hot Wheels in our movie. Just can we please use Hot Wheels?
And then they're like, how big is the Hot Wheel next to Freddy
Yeah,
Krueger?
yeah.
Because
So
that
it's
doesn't work.
Yeah. But anyway, that's
okay. Yeah, that's. I'm really glad we ranked the trailers earlier today, and then like 3 gigantic ones dropped.
Yeah,
Great news.
Yeah.
That's Comic-Con though, man.
That is Comic-Con. That was first look at Ready Player One, coming next year from Steven Spielberg. So, you want to keep up on all the breaking news and trailers coming out of Comic-Con, but you don't want to get up off your couch. Have you considered checking out IGN.com/SDCC, our home base for everything the con has to offer?
And you've still got IGN Live to watch, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some Super Mario action next. Wahoo! That's one of his phrases, he says.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite...
Way from dodging Donkey Kong's barrels. Let's see if he's still got the moves in his latest game, Super Mario Odyssey. And guys, I think Mario is sleeping, so we gotta be quiet.
Yeah, he's just. I think he's just chilling out in front of the Odyssey at the moment.
There he is.
He's just having a little nap, but let's try to wake him up.
Hi, Mario. Can you wake up and go to work? You have things to do today.
Yeah,
there he is!
Hey, there we
Mario!
Go. All right.
That's exactly how Breath of the Wild opened.
All right. So let's do this. Super Mario Odyssey, we're playing it now. This is a live gameplay demo.
Yeah.
We are seeing an area that I don't think we've seen a lot in sort of the E3 demos. I got to play New Donk City. I got to play the sort of the desert fake
area.
Mexico
Yeah,
area.
that's the Sand Kingdom. So what we're looking at right now is the Forest Kingdom. So something's already amiss. As you can see right now, Mario's kind of seeing what's going on with these machines as they're dancing in circles. Essentially, Bowser and his minions, the Brutals, have stolen all their precious flowers. So they're just like, help! We need a little bit of help
Is
here.
that their gang name, the Brutals?
Yes.
They're not even hiding. Not even trying they're evil.
So as you can see, also Mario wanted to take a break. Wow, he just went from napping to breakdancing. I kind of dig that.
Turn on a dime.
That's a good morning.
But one thing that's cool to point out too is that, as always, Mario always has many cool different animations and many cool different things to do. Right in front of us here, you may have seen that we have the Crazy Cap store. So we can actually purchase different outfits, which is awesome. So it requires different kingdom coins or kingdom currency, which are hidden throughout this entire kingdom.
Right, and these are similar to the store lids located in your local mall.
Right, but this is all Mario-related stuff.
Okay, so we have this adventurer outfit here, which is pretty awesome. What's the story with this one? Is he going to put it on?
So we have to go buy it first. We're going to actually need to buy the coins, use the coins first. So we're going to have to collect some along our way. So it's up to us to kind of venture around and see where we can find these coins along with any other hidden treasures. So as we know, Super Mario Odyssey is also one of those games that's a sandbox type game where it's more of a return to Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, which is fantastic. So rather than just one objective, you have many different things to explore. So it's up to the player really to go wherever they want. Also encouraged to just try out different things. So, you know, if you fall in that pit, maybe this time you actually might find something. So, no, like I always say, I meant to do that, you know.
And so
that's my thing.
The coins we're seeing here are actually bolts. They're like purple. And so there's different currency for each level, correct?
Right. So the bolts that they're picking up is the currency, the kingdom currency.
The rabbit is back.
Yes, you can chase it. Which many of us who have played Super Mario 64 know is pretty hard to get. Let's see if Mario can catch. Oh, come on.
There we go.
A couple more times.
Just beat that rabbit up with your hat.
By the way, if you don't notice too, we'll show that the hat is actually away because you see it's cappy.
Yeah.
So, by the way, here we got a moon. So these are power moons. These are the things that you want to collect all throughout kingdoms. And there's much more than one. As you note here, we just collected one, but we're still going, which is great. So
it doesn't stop, pull you out and go like, moon, get!
Yeah. It's just get as many as possible.
It also gave us like the date that we caught that moon.
Yes, yes, so you actually know.
Hey, wait, is there like, are we seeing the limits of the world here? Is this like a Truman Show thing? Like,
So
what's going on back there?
Yeah, as you can tell, there's something mysterious with this kingdom that's going on. There's a little bit to the side. Why don't we try to jump off and get those coins?
Okay.
Oh, you missed one!
Why would you do that?
You shouldn't have been sleeping on the job. Sorry.
Hey man, welcome to Super Mario. You can't jump in there. You'll die.
But as you can see, we actually landed into the deep woods, which is a new secret area. So this is something that we're going to explore a little bit. There's a lot of hidden areas around here, so we're just going to show a little bit, but we're also a couple little surprises too. As we run around. As you can see, there's light shining down from the top, and right now we really don't have a way back. So we're kind of just going to look around a little bit to see what we can get. I know right behind Mario, up here, you go up a little more. He's terrified.
I'd be scared too. No shame, Mark.
That's usually, we see his brother do that in his mansion.
So one thing to note about this is I mentioned before that we have Cappy, and Cappy is Mario's hat, who is its own person. When you can actually throw your hat here, you can actually what we call a capture. And you want to try, and as you can see right here, investigate and throw your cat at many things. Try to capture as many different things as possible, and just have fun experimenting. As you can see here, Mario is now tree.
And you guys have been very clear in your terminology that this is not possession.
It's not possession, it's capture.
Got it, okay.
Capture.
It's, sure, okay.
I'm one for puns, so
we'll go with your version.
Yeah, puns are welcome here.
And you said Cappy is its own person, right? And I just let that sentence slide.
Oh, true. All right, so we're going to get some more currency here, but we also need to find a way out. So why don't we kind of explore a little bit more and then find a way to get out of here. Oh, no!
Maybe we're not.
Oh!
We lost coins.
We meant to do that. Don't worry about it.
Totally. But one thing good here is that you just lost a little bit of coins and it puts you back at the checkpoint.
Sure.
So that's a great thing. And also it still encourages you to maybe explore, right? Maybe that led to a...
Now, I was going to ask you about the coins because in Mario 64, a game I've 100%ed 100 times, collecting 100 coins in a level unlocks a star. It's one of the only stars that lets you continue and keep playing to collect more stars. Here we saw he had like 293 coins.
It was like 303 at start.
303 or something?
Yeah,
so.
I haven't seen any additional abilities beyond that. I know what you mean in previous titles.
Yeah.
So far, I've just seen Mario collect the coins based on the gameplay demos that we've given here.
Cool. Okay.
Cool. That's a great question. I never thought about that, actually.
This is how my brain works, man.
Yeah, you're thinking back to the old Super Mario 64.
Hard-hitting Mario journalism.
As you can see right here, actually, here's a T-Rex with a little bit of a hat on. Let me have Mario turn back real quick and take a look at that. We can.
So it's just a T-Rex living down here?
Yeah, he's just chilling. He was sleeping. He's just relaxing.
And we're going to wake him up?
No, we can't wake him up at the moment. We're gonna let him sleep. You know, we don't want to wake up a T-Rex. That's just going to be scary.
So what is the theme down here? There's like a shell and a pumpkin and a T-Rex?
There's many different little secrets down here. Think of it like a hidden area. It's the deeper side of the Forest Kingdom.
Got it.
But to get out of here, we're going to actually have to get a seed and then throw it into one of these pods of light. So that's what we need to do next to get out of here.
And I think what's really interesting is that nothing is on screen being like, take the seed and put it in the pot of light. Yeah. Like, that hasn't really happened yet.
Yeah, we really want people to just explore and have fun and check out different things. I feel like that's a good way to really bring back the old feel of just the exploration, right? You really don't have the arrows pointing to exactly where to go, but it's not hard to get lost either.
Absolutely.
Fees were bigger than I was expecting.
Yes.
Oh, it's hard to get lost, excuse me.
So do you find playing this game that you get distracted, but like in a really good way, where you're going towards one objective,
yes,
and you see something shiny, and you're like, I gotta go get that, and then you go towards another thing, and all of a sudden you're playing for 20 hours?
There are some main objectives here that actually we'll see Mario defeat one of the small little mini boss here, and that will actually end the stage for a little second, but it can also expand beyond that. But it's something that you don't have to go directly to. You always want to kind of look around first. As you said, you played in you saw New Donk City, so there's so many different things.
Which I have a lot of questions about that place. But.
So yeah, as you can see, you can always go to speak to the mayor, but I always like, oh, it's a moped. I'm gonna just go on a moped. I can hop on the top of a car with my moped. That's ridiculous. I love it.
I didn't get like 5 stars like in GTA. No one really cared. It was great. I didn't get arrested.
So here's one of our doing that is an uproot. So right there, we're gonna knock off the top because you saw its head was protected.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna try and
there we go.
capture.
This is. Can we? There we go. Thank you. What? What kind of animal is this?
An uproot.
I don't know why I ask you guys these questions. You always have a trick answer for me. This is awesome.
That move's pretty cool.
So. As you can see, too, it opens up a new different possibilities. So it's all about stretching your legs and reaching areas that you cannot reach as possible.
And you've got different sort of titles or names for every moon in the game, or at least a lot of them.
Yeah, and they have different themes. Not different themes, but some are different colors as well. As you can see, they're purple here, and they were different from the other 2 kingdoms in the E3 demo.
And I think what differs from this, say, to like Mario 64 is when you start a level in Mario 64, you could kind of choose a star, and it would give you the title of it. And here, you just kind of go find it yourself.
It's very
open world.
Exactly, and that was more of going around the castle, right? And this is more about going to a kingdom and seeing what all the kingdom has. And as you can see right here, we actually are going to take a little bit of a shortcut and actually control a fire bro, which is really cool. So we can actually throw fireballs all over the place and
so
have fun with that.
So he can now infiltrate their family and become their father and live with them.
Command
many years.
One thing is important to note is that as you exit, The
That's a
capture
really-
state, though, actually the enemy you take over will be dazed for a second.
This guy-
So you can go and leave them for a second, go take over something as Mario right there. See, they're dazed.
Was that his regular walk cycle, or is he just constantly hopping like that?
That's what the Fire Bro does.
That's
Yeah.
a hard life.
He's got that swag hop. So right here we have to be careful. There's a lot of poison, so what we're gonna do here is throw Cappy around to kind of clear the areas. Also, these rocks can be hit multiple times off to the side. See, that is our main objective right now. Is just road to Sky Garden, and as you see, there's an enemy. But we can look around and look up and see there's much, much more to this kingdom.
And we've seen periscopes like that in previous Mario games. They were in Captain Toad, for example, but now you can just possess one.
Yeah, and this is slightly different. As you can see, there's just many different areas. There's like a little rocket off there into the distance. That was something that was shown at E3. You could take over that and blast off to a different area.
Which we saw for the first time in Mario 2, which is really awesome. Getting in the
Oh, I never even thought about that. Nice callback.
Yeah, man, I got you.
I appreciate that. All right, so what we're going to show you guys real quick, too, is this little swimming area. I think just the water looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, well,
It's really
I wanted to point out just the whole game in general looks really beautiful.
Yeah.
Some great lighting effects.
Yeah, they really pulled out the stops here. So this is a little more challenging. What we're going to have to do here. Oh, no, where you going, Mario?
So that was a side-scrolling section, right?
Yeah.
But Mario he has a breath meter here?
Yes.
Can you get coins to revitalize your breath like you
I
could in
haven't
Mario 64?
tried that yet. No, I haven't seen that.
Because I'll be
at all.
honest, like on a scientific level, that makes literally no sense whatsoever. but it's helpful.
Hey, it's a different kingdom.
Yep.
Yeah, the different physics.
And we'll probably get into it more, but there is a decent amount of 2D stuff in this game, right?
There are, yeah. There's a little, like we saw, that was a 2D section. The Sand Kingdom also had a 2D section where you go in 2D. It looks almost like an old Mario style game, and you go around the top of a castle. So there's a lot of different elements to that they've been adding. Just many different attention to detail,
Sure.
I guess you would say, that calls back to all different styles of Mario games, which is great, I think, for everyone. Especially if this is your first time, so you get to kind of see what all these Mario games have been about.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of sort of like really awesome nods and references to past Mario games, but it's doing something that we really haven't seen since Sunshine, which is giving you that kind of full open feeling of playing a Mario game.
Yeah,
Galaxy
it's a
came
return
close,
back to
obviously,
that.
but there are slightly more segmented levels, but yeah, this is great.
Yeah, it's definitely returned back to more of the other two Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine. But of course, one was in a castle, like we were saying earlier, where you actually would pick a star and then bring it to a level. And this is more of an open kingdom itself.
Now we're seeing the player go through now with that terrifying nut pod creature thing.
Uproot.
The uproot. There we go. That's the technical term. Is it possible for players to go through that past section just sort of like triple jumping, wall jumping? Like, will there be, like, say, speedrunners want to try out a level?
That
like
is
this?
something I'm not sure personally on. I think that might require an uproot on that, but it is going to be really, really fun to see people try different things. I know that I've seen people use Cappy, jump off Cappy, then jump off the wall, throw Cappy again.
I mean, that's
so
my
many
favorite,
cool things with that.
It's my favorite part about the Mario games is watching like speedrunners and experts go back and just annihilate
It's
them.
going to be really cool to see people come up with some wild parkour kind of style things.
All right, let's take a question from our fans on Twitter. All they have to do is tweet their thoughts at IGN with the hashtag SDCC, and we might respond to you on the air. Just like legend Cross Ronan did. Will Luigi be in the game at any point?
Oh, well, Legend Cross Ronan, that's a fantastic question. I haven't seen anything yet. All I've seen was what is in actually this demo. But as always, we'll have more announcements for this title, of course, so stay tuned at Nintendo.com and all our future announcements.
We will stay tuned. Super Mario Odyssey is out October 27th.
Yes.
I don't mind telling you, it is my most anticipated game of the
I'm right
year.
there with you.
All right.
We can't wait to play. Can you
Good.
just leave this game with us today?
Only if I get to play first.
Okay. All right, stay tuned. Much more to come on IGN Live from Comic-Con. Coming up next.
Hey, you guys, right now we are here at the Laika pop-up event, and I am here with Nelson, the production designer for the studio. How you doing?
I'm good, yeah, thanks.
So I walked in, and everything just looks so incredible. I don't think there's ever been anything quite like this at Comic-Con. Why did you guys feel like Comic-Con was the right spot to do this?
I think that's because we're starting to find out really how big the fan base is. And now that we've got a bunch of films under our belt, we want to sort of share that stuff with people physically here in a space like this. Each room showcases some of the coolest stuff from each film, going right down the line from Box Trolls to Paranorman and Coraline.
Obviously, the stop motion animation is what you guys are known for. Why do you love doing that style so much?
I love it because I love the physical quality of it. I love that we're actually building assets that are lit on a stage. I come from a background of building things, and there's just a tactile quality that I love about this work.
There's been so much recognition for Kubo. What does that feel like for you guys, taking the time, it coming out, and people recognizing how incredible it is?
It feels wonderful because it was such a labor of love. And again, it was certainly the most ambitious film we ever did. A lot of huge open locations, just set after set, location after location. So for people to come back and say how much they loved it, it means a lot to us. Yeah.
I obviously have seen the stop motion behind the scenes, how it actually works, but can you kind of walk me through it a little bit?
Sure. I mean, it's complicated and it's long, but basically what you're doing is you're making a film very slowly, and you're not allowing anybody seeing that you're actually touching these things. So you can imagine it's really just people pushing things around, but we just take out the part where we're actually contacting the puppet. So that's, I think, the magic of stop frame, is seeing all this stuff kind of bloom and come to life. But it is laborious and it's slow paced. Travis has often described it as being, really challenging, but it's a labor of love.
It's time to take another break, which gives you one more chance to follow IGN on Twitter. Why aren't you following IGN on Twitter? Make it happen.
We break the news so you don't have to.
You're welcome.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of
Sometimes getting superpowers isn't all it's cracked up to be, but there's plenty of excitement coming on The Gifted this fall on Fox. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming by IGN Live. Thanks for
Nice to see you. Thank you for having us.
Now, I mean, Fox is really getting into TV with X-Men. We have Legion over there behind us. We have The Gifted coming. This is a new spin on an X-Men mutant story. Set it up for people who don't know too much about the show. What is The Gifted doing within this universe that we all know pretty well?
Ladies and gentlemen, Amy Acker.
Well, we're kind of taking a different spin on it. It's about a family. So we've got a little family drama element of it, and a family that comes together for survival against a society where mutants aren't accepted. And we go on the run and find a underground underground mutant family, I guess. And this guy chases us and is mean and causes trouble.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to say the show really focuses on a Sentinel Services agent named Jace Turner. He's incredibly...
We can't find the guy that we want there yet, so at the moment he's filling that spot.
I'm very curious to see, how you guys play with sort of the X-Men universe we know, but subvert expectations. I'm curious, did you guys have to go to the comics and learn a bit of background about it, or did they say, come in fresh, we're doing our own spin on things?
They
at first it was sort of clear to us that it was a very different world, that we weren't part of that we're obviously part of the X-Men universe, but that we weren't actually part of the X-Men storyline.
Mm-hmm.
But as we've sort of navigated it, we've realized that there are certain parallels. The X-Men don't exist anymore. It's not they don't exist; they're just not where we are.
Right.
But lately, there's been a few references, and so I think it's just that we're able to mention them, and I think it's good because it creates shorthand for the audience for what they will know coming into it about the mutant gene and certain aspects of the story. It's not, we'll describe it as well so that new people coming to it will. It's a good crossover, isn't it, of both stories?
It's like how in the comic books, there's several streams of storylines within the X-Men universe. So ours is just one of those streams.
We also had Bryan Singer directing the pilot, so we've been surrounded by people who know a lot about X-Men, and they've been able to make sense.
Also, Marvel made it available to us, the entire Marvel comic book canon.
And you're like, oh God, I'm just going to have to do a lot of research.
Which is an unbelievable, it's almost as if the iPad was made for comic books.
I read all of them.
You
didn't read all of them?
Yeah.
I read all of them.
I did it backwards.
Growing up or
just
over the weekend. I did it backwards.
Yeah.
I'm curious, obviously getting to do a Marvel TV show is a huge draw, but why were you all really intrigued by this project? Why did you want to go back to genre TV for most of you guys as well?
For my part, it was great for me because obviously having played a superhuman sort of entity for 7 years, when I got sent this, it was different because I'm playing an ordinary human in an extraordinary world, and in that way the audience sort of see the world. Jace is a human character almost, and Amy, my wife, is obviously human. So the audience get to see. To experience the world through our eyes. We're the sort of prism through which the story is told of this kind of fantastical world.
I think that's that, and also just genre television in general is always something you want to do because tomorrow we could both be mutants. It can go anywhere, and it's always fun as an actor to get to see, hopefully, in a television series that runs for years and years, where your character's journey goes.
And it's fun. It's fun. You know what I mean? It's the kind of thing that I used to run around pretending to do when I was a little kid, and now I'm doing it for a living. So it's like I'm very, very happy to be a part of this show.
I think actually, to pick up on what Kobe said, it's what I love about the story and what I love about the script and the way that they've created this thing is that there is this human element, there is the superhero element, there is the running around, there's the underground thing, there's fantastic effects. It's quite funny. Our writer Matt is a very funny man, he's very dry.
Yeah, Burn Notice.
So there's a nice kind of laconic
really
sort of, he was obviously in Burn Notice, and there's a nice sort of laconic comic element to some of the writing,
Absolutely.
I'm curious, what has sort of surprised you the most now that you're a bit into filming the series that you didn't necessarily expect going in?
We're actually just about to start the second episode on Monday, so
it's been a little
we know
bit
about as much as you guys do.
What are you excited to really explore then going forward?
That's kind of hard to answer because the options are endless. When you're in a world where anything can happen, people have all these crazy powers and stuff. There's really no, there's no limit to what can happen.
Also, something that Matt said yesterday that I really liked when we were on our panel was, and Derek was talking about as well, is the idea that the powers change and the powers mutate, and so we're trying to do things that you might not have necessarily seen before, so that even though we've seen many mutant stories and many mutant powers, that we're sort of exploring the powers in a different way. What could they do? What could they be? And how would they change? Like, as you get better and better at using it, how can you sort of filtrate it to make it work for a specific thing? So I think we're trying to play with the conventions. And the other thing as well is I just saw an amazing set. You've seen that big set yet?
No.
I mean, the sets are
Tell us about it.
unbelievable.
Describe it in detail.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not allowed.
I cannot wait to see this show. I love the X-Men universe, and it's so interesting that you can take so many different approaches to it. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with The Gifted. Thank you so much for coming by IGN Live. We have a lot more coming up next, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Terry.
We've got to take a break, but be sure to check out IGN.com/SDCC for up-to-the-minute breaking news and trailers.
If you like websites, then I bet you're going to love it.
This is the IGN show.
Oh no, stop calling me. Hey, Willie.
The IGN Show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite platforms. IGN is everywhere you are, whether you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Snapchat. IGN gives you access to the best news coverage on everything you love, the hottest new trailers and gameplay.
What if David Lynch and Wes Anderson made a baby that turned into an X-Men comic? That would be really weird. But you might end up with something like our next guest show. Please welcome the team behind FX's Legion, Noah, John, and Lauren. Welcome to the show. First of all, what do you think of that formula? David Lynch plus Wes Anderson equals weird X-Men.
Who would carry the baby, though?
It's a difficult situation, difficult scenario, unusual.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
Wes is younger, I guess.
There's a precedence for that with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
The
Oh, well,
first
that's true.
time, so.
Do they make maternity corduroy? I guess is the question.
Yes, hopefully. I'm sure they can make accommodations.
Okay.
For either David
right.
Lynch or Wes Anderson. No, but you guys have made a very different type of superhero show that ended up being well received by both audiences and critics. So were you surprised or relieved or emboldened by the reaction?
All of those, I think. Yeah, I'm not. We made something that was so specific.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I wasn't really targeting a specific audience. It was more, I was trying to make the show that I saw in my head and kind of recapture some of the whimsy and invention and just fun of the genre that I had grown up with, and you know, and try to avoid some of the militarization of all conflict can be resolved through war. And to make something just more inventive that, you know, that touched on a lot of different genres.
Sure. Well, so John and Lauren, as Noah was presenting to you his ideas for what the show was going to be, were you like on board from the beginning, or were you a little bit like, well, that sounds a little odd? Okay. All right.
Same thing. As longtime comic fan, this felt like a way to explore that universe, as Noah said, in an alternate reality view. So it's always been interesting.
And I was totally on board because being involved with the whole X-Men franchise, the only way to make our way into television is to be totally different, totally away from the movies, and this certainly is.
Yeah. All right, so season 2 is coming back in February. What can you tell us about it at this point?
It'll be a season. It'll be season 2. Before, yeah, or maybe we'll just skip right to season 3.
I mean, that would be.
Yeah,
it's that kind of show.
Previously on. Well, the whole season will just be previously on.
Okay.
No, you know, it's the continuing adventures, and yet, as with the rest of the show, I wouldn't take anything for granted, and we're going to play with time and perspective, and you know, continue to make a mental illness parable, and not just sort of jettison that very grounded struggle in service of the genre.
Sure. You released the first page of the screenplay yesterday?
Yeah.
This week, I believe, which shows our good friends Lenny and Oliver relaxing by the poolside, but then also, like you say, sort of dealing with some mental instability issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing. What was exciting to me about this was to make something very subjective with an unreliable narrator, where the show wasn't an information delivery device, it was an experience delivery device, and that the surrealness of it comes into the fact that we're experiencing things that aren't necessarily tied to information, so we're not really sure. And it's very unsettling, I think, to, a couple of people laughing by a pool is funny until they're laughing too long, or their faces, or they're crying, or... So, I think there's a degree to which these characters are trapped, realistically trapped in a scenario that they don't control, which humanizes them, I think, and makes it a little scarier.
Yeah, I think so. You talk about it being unsettling for the viewer. One of the big questions that has plagued me all throughout season 1 is, when does this show take place?
Exactly. Well, it takes place, on Tuesday nights from 10 to 11 p.m. On FX.
No, like you've got this late 60s, early 70s aesthetic, and then at one point, I think it's David's sister talks about how she received an email. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, it's a subjective. It's David's reality, and he was institutionalized for a while, and he is the unreliable narrator. So there is a sense to which we're seeing the world as he's perceiving it, and some of it's dated, and some of it's futuristic, and but it is a parable for me as well, and not as much grounded in the literal reality of our contemporary moment. Which doesn't mean it's not our contemporary moment. It just means that for these characters, there's a stylized, Walter Mitty quality to it.
So even if it's supposed to be ambiguous for the viewers when this is taking place, do you actually know in your head, or is that not important to you?
It's not important to me, really. Yeah. The great thing about the X-Men, I mean, there's so many great things, but one of them is that they play around with so many timelines and alternate realities and those things that it felt to me like it wasn't really a stretch to just say, well, this is this story and it exists somewhere in there, and whether or not there is a Wolverine running around or to be running around or was running around, it's a little bit irrelevant for the moment.
Speaking of Wolverine, is it true that season 2 is, at least you're open to exploring some more connections to the films, or are you keeping it completely separate, its own thing?
Well, we're true to David's origin story and who his father is, and we raised that idea in the first year, and obviously any child who's been adopted, learns they were adopted, is going to want to figure out who their parents were. So I think that's a journey that he's on, and yet we're navigating this show within the larger context of the X-Men and Marvel universes, etc. And those are conversations that have to be had, and so for right now, I'm not steering into it aggressively, but I do think that the audience is going to want us to go there.
Yeah, I think so. Let's talk briefly about that in-credit scene. David is whisked away by some sort of foreign device. When you wrote that, did you know exactly what would happen next, or do you just know you can figure that out later when you come to write season 2?
Well, a little bit of both, I think. I think my thoughts on it changed slightly, but I did feel like there's a little bit of an out of the frying pan into the fire moment, and I think it's nice to leave the audience with a bit of a cliffhanger on that level. As crazy as it sounds, I've never made a season 2 of anything because Fargo's always a completely new story. So this idea of, wait, it's the same characters and then we just keep telling stories about them is new to me. But I'm taking that as a license to turn the show into Mach 2, version 2, whatever it wants to be next.
Well, we're super excited to see what that version 2 looks like. Legion's back in February. We are out of time today, but real quick, Noah, is there going to be a Fargo season 4?
Is there going to be a Fargo season 4 is a very good question.
It's a really good question.
Yes, let's ponder that.
Which we can. All right, we will ponder that question after this break, but stay tuned. We will be right back. IGN Live at Comic-Con after this.
Hey guys, it's Brian from IGN Access here at Comic-Con 2017, and we're at the Bandai booth checking out some brand new Power Rangers and Dragon Ball toys. And that's just a few of our favorite toys here at the Bandai booth at Comic-Con 2017. I'm Brian for IGN Access, and for all your coverage of comics, video games, movies, TV shows, and toys, IGN Access all week long.
Just watching IGN isn't enough? Be sure to download our app for all the latest Comic-Con news and so much more.
And the good news is we're taking a break, so you can do that right now.
The IGN app is the very best way to keep up to date with all the news from Comic-Con. There's a Comic-Con specific feed of content, and on iOS, you'll be able to continue watching the live stream while you read the rest of the news from the show thanks to the floating player. Sign up for notifications and we'll alert you as soon as news breaks.
This is the IGN show.
We take a look at the highly anticipated.
Oh no, stop calling me. Hey, Willie.
The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
The IGN app is the very best way to keep up to date with all the news from Comic-Con. There's a Comic-Con specific feed of content, and on iOS, you'll be able to continue watching the live stream while you read the rest of the news from the show.
Welcome back to IGN Live from Comic-Con, your totally free ticket to the biggest pop culture convention in the world.
We've got another hour of killer gameplay and blockbuster guests.
Like who? Well, we got Michael Rooker coming up in one sec.
And then the team behind Legend of Tomorrow is swinging by to give us the inside scoop on their time travel shenanigans.
And we're taking you inside the Batmobile.
But first, Comic-Con is where dorky dreams come true.
Just ask Max Scoville, who got to chat with Michael Rooker about all things Guardians, add in a couple 70s singles, and he was basically in Guardians 3. So, let's take a look.
Hi guys, Max here for IGN. I'm at San Diego Comic-Con 2017, and I am here with the cast of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which is coming out digitally on August 8th and on physical on the 22nd. How you guys doing? How's Comic-Con?
Really good. We're just getting started, but Comic-Con is my favorite time of year. I love it so much. And yeah, everybody's dressed up, and it's really cool. It's exciting.
Now, you worked with James Gunn for quite some time. You guys have been around. What's it like watching him kind of grow up as a director? Has he grown up as a director?
Right, he has not grown up whatsoever. He's still the James Gunn I know and love from Slither days. You know,
it's true. He's incredible to work with. I mean, one of the best I've ever worked with or encountered. Just because he knows exactly what he wants, but he really encourages you to take risks as an artist.
He says all that to you?
No, I got that
He says
from
just
him.
the opposite of me.
Really?
Rooker, do not be creative. Do not do exactly what I say, or else you're axed. I'm going to axe you right away.
I mean, he must have different techniques with
We have
each different actor, I guess.
He's like a great coach.
So you guys, the thing that makes I think Guardians work so well is the camaraderie and the fact that it's just a fun series of movies. What's the on-set chemistry like? Have you guys all become best friends? Do you hang out? Do you do karaoke? Do you hate each other secretly?
Oh, yeah. You saw some videos, right?
Okay.
We did some karaoke with Karen.
Yeah,
Actually, next time,
I watch. I'm not a karaoke guy.
And there is so much. I see behind the scenes things, and there's all the digital backlot, green screen stuff. Are you doing a lot of stunts? Is it scary at any point?
100%. Yes, I am so scared of doing the stunts as well because I'm like I just sort of like scream a lot when I'm high or being dropped. But yeah, I'm in a consistent state of fear on a daily basis.
All right.
For me, I didn't have that many stunts, guy. I just whistled and my arrow did most of the work, so all the CGI stuff did all the work for me.
And for me, I wanted to do stunts. I wanted to fight, to do a lot of, I had been
trained
training.
your butt off, too.
Yeah, I've been training so much. And actually, the character is all about emotions, and I didn't have to do any of that.
There is that incredible training, and you get into it. Like, do you feel guilty when the movie's wrapped, and you're like, well, I don't have to be in peak shape anymore. I can sort of relax and sit down, or are you like, no, I got to keep this going?
I've been battling with that recently because I have like a bit of time coming off and I don't need to be in shape for anything at the moment. However, I have like a weird guilt that I'm now not doing what I have been doing for like the last year. I don't know.
Dude, no, my body is not meant to work out. I come out natural, just like this.
It looks good.
It's all natural.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming by. It's really cool
Thank
to
you.
see you all in person.
Thank you, brother.
Guardians Volume 2, like I said, it's out on digital August 8th. Physical copy like this one, the 22nd. So go grab it. It's a fun movie. You guys are wonderful. I'm excited to see more of you.
Well, where'd you get that copy, dude? This
actually
comes out on the
stole it from that
22nd.
guy.
Give me that.
You can have it. All right, we got lots more Comic-Con coverage coming up, so don't go anywhere. Keep it right here on IGN.
They may play Legends of Tomorrow, but I consider them Legends of Today. Let's welcome our resident comic expert, Joshua Yale, and the cast of the CW's Legends of Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How's your con going so far?
Super.
Well,
for this guy.
appropriate.
Yeah, so last season, big cliffhanger, broke time, dinosaurs everywhere. How's the team going to fix that?
Well, yeah, it's fun to go out with a bang, but you do wind up spending a couple months like wondering what exactly we've done to ourselves because the show was not broken. But that's sort of the fun of it on Legends is that you paint yourself into a corner and then figure out a harebrained way to get out of it. Yeah.
And we kind of spend the rest of the season or season 3 figuring that out, fixing our. To call it a mistake is a little bit too harsh, I think, because we were discussing in an earlier interview. Sarah kind of had to make the decision she did. Otherwise, we all would have been,
Yeah, thanks.
goners, and so would the rest of the world.
Yeah, I would consider dinosaurs an improvement.
Haven't you seen Jurassic Park?
Well, yeah. Dinosaurs are still pretty cool.
This is Jurassic World, literally.
Yeah, originally, I think the dinosaurs had Vikings or Nazis riding on their backs.
Yeah, that's
I think we ran out of visual effects money.
So this season is going to see a character that's just like Isis from the comics being introduced to the show. What can you tell us about her?
I mean, the most interesting thing about the character is that she's from the future, and our legends sort of they've got the swagger coming off of last season, and the preceding season where they've managed to save the world not once but twice. And the fun of having somebody from the future is that she's able to come in and sort of burst their bubble and say like, guess what? The future I'm from totally stinks, guys. Why don't you do something about it? And it's sort of the question of season 3 is like sometimes history is messed up to begin with, and do these guys have an obligation not just to fix it, but perhaps to improve upon it, get better?
Does her coming in challenge your characters?
I think it will, yeah. I don't know, I haven't read that.
As far as I know, yes. I think she'll challenge kind of all of us. She's, I would imagine, supposed to throw a wrench in kind of...
Yeah. I just like that she's a hacktivist. Like, I feel like those people are so cool.
Yeah.
And so for Brandon, for Ray, he had some bad things happen this past season. He also has a lot of good things. He got to be a knight, got to meet George Lucas. Are those positive experiences going to have a positive impact on him going into the next season? Yeah, I think all that stuff has a cumulative effect. I think Gray does his best to learn from his mistakes and move forward. So, yeah, and I think that he's going to get back to his inventing blood is going to become a more active role in the team, and that brings back a little bit more of the energy of Ray Palmer from Arrow and that creativity and enthusiasm for bettering the world in that way.
I'm into any plans to upgrade the armor at all?
Not visually that you'll see, but every year the suit gets tweaked a little bit more and more for my comfort.
Good. Oh,
which is I was in it for the first time 2 days ago, and already a little bit I have a great the Atom Tech team working away and making it so I'm not complaining all the time.
Okay. What's more comfortable, the Superman costume or the Ray costume?
They're actually fairly similar in many ways.
Really?
I guess, yeah. The differences would be one has a cape and one has a helmet, so the cape pulls back, and the cape, the helmet is very claustrophobic-ish, isolating.
Yeah.
I'm not claustrophobic, thankfully, but you do feel kind of isolated with the helmet on.
All right.
But they're both cool.
Yeah. Katie, how would you say Sarah did as team leader in season 2?
I think kind of being thrust into the position and not necessarily wanting that or being prepared for that she did really well. Up until the point where, made the decision to destroy all of time. But other than that, I thought she did really great. And I think that now it's becoming harder as she tries to become more capable, more responsible, do the right thing. It is not in line with the Legends way. So it's very much like she's herding cats. And so we'll see. But she's still a legend herself.
Yeah.
Now, you guys just started production on season 3 this week. Is that right? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Still pretty fresh. And you have to jet down here, say hi to the fans at Comic-Con. Right. Is that disruptive?
No, it's a welcome.
Yeah.
Great.
Welcome icebreaker.
And we got really lucky. We got to ride on a jet, so it was like a lot of our first time students were just like.
We had a short work day yesterday to get down here, so that was
Yeah.
nice. Fridays usually can go into 3, 4 a.m.
Wow.
So.
We call them Fratterdays.
Yeah. Yesterday was just a Friday. Friday at work.
Yep.
Nice. And you revealed the title of the first episode of season 3,
Yes.
a Rubicon,
Yes.
right? It sounds familiar. That sounds like a phrase that I've heard before.
Yeah. Well, it's we're going back to ancient Rome, and Caesar crossing the Rubicon. In a way, it's a metaphor for our team. Crossing a precipice that you can't go back from. So
We wanted to go to Aruba, at the end of last season.
Yes.
But it was winter, and it's hard to have Aruba, Canada in winter. But now you could have Aruba, Canada, and it's like.
I think we should go to a convention in Aruba.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Rubicon.
You guys had a good day at the beach, though?
Yeah, Franz and I actually ran in, jumped into the ocean.
You did?
When we finished rap, we were in our costume. They were like, no! Like, YOLO! It was cold.
Well, speaking of Caesar, are there other historical figures you would like to encounter? I guess both from an actor's perspective, because it would be fun, and from a writer's perspective, do you think it'd be interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleopatra.
Yeah.
I feel like Sarah would be like, hey, girl. And try to learn some of her.
Yeah.
She's got a whole other side of power that I think.
Nice.
Other inventors like Ben Franklin and kind of cool.
Nikolai Tesla would be cool
Yeah,
for you.
Tesla, of course.
David Bowie
Rest
play it.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as far as the villains, the antagonism of season 3, aside from the dinosaurs, what can we expect?
Unfortunately,
I know you're going to unveil it later, but
Yeah.
can you tease anything to what's going to be the tone of the season?
Well,
whatever they bring.
To me, the great thing about our show is that we can draw from all the other shows and sort of, pick the juiciest villains, and so that's sort of what we're doing. We're going to look into the rest of the DC Arrow Flashverse, and we're going to pick people, who have personal significance for our characters, it's going to be not just one villain. I think last year it was great having our sort of our triumvirate of baddies, and this year we're going to add to that notion, and we're going to have people from all throughout history, all throughout the DC universe, and people who aren't even human. as our.
Submit your guesses.
Okay, I feel sufficiently teased.
Yeah.
Season 2, fans really fell in love with the show as it hit its stride. What do you do in Season 3 to keep that momentum going?
Keep the zaniness going.
It's true. I mean, last year was so much fun. To make the show and to watch it, and we could have kept doing the same thing, but I guess that's built into our DNA that we have to blow up our world and try to figure out how to rebuild it, and hopefully we'll rebuild it better the same way we did last year.
I like that we become like a comedy. Mm-hmm. Like I read these scripts and I'm just like laughing out loud reading them because they're so clever and it's so silly, it's so fun. And it just works somehow for some reason. And
I mean, I think it happens just like it's like art, whatever, imitating life. It's just hanging out with you guys. That's how you interact.
We're all silly people,
right? You're just funny, zany, irreverent, like a mixed match bunch of friends, and that's so like it's like we couldn't have you taking yourselves seriously. It's just like. It makes sense. It's who you are.
We are not to be taken seriously.
Legends of Tomorrow. Don't take us too seriously. Legends of Tomorrow returns to the CW on October 10th. Correct? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
That's what Wikipedia told me. Guys, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Much more to come on IGN Live from Comic-Con. Coming up next.
Oh, hey, just because the show takes a break doesn't mean you have to. Follow IGN on Twitter and get all the breaking news coming out of Comic-Con.
And don't worry, IGN Live will be right back after this.
This is the IGN show.
We take a look at the highly anticipated.
Oh no, stop calling me. Hey, Willie.
The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1.
Welcome back to IGN Live from Comic-Con, the only place in the world where you can see a Dalek do a walk of shame.
Speaking of which, let's check out some of the coolest and craziest cosplay looks from the convention so far. The only way to make Crackdown better would be to add Terry Crews, so luckily, that's exactly what they did.
To tell us how they made their latest game better than ever, let's welcome the team behind Crackdown 3. What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
How's Comic-Con?
Great.
Yeah, you guys just had your panel.
Yeah, we did,
Not long
yeah.
ago.
So, it's my first panel. Ooh. My first Comic-Con.
Yeah.
I've never been to San Diego Comic-Con, so I'm getting hit with both barrels right now.
Yeah.
It's good.
So how'd the panel go?
It went really well. It's hard. I mean, Terry's so high energy. It's hard to be involved with anything with him and not have it go well. So it was
Your
fun.
first Comic-Con panel ever had Terry Crews.
Yeah, right?
There it goes.
Weird.
You just
Yeah.
screwed up the rest of your Comic-Con panel.
That's right. Go big or go home. That's what we were saying too. Is like Terry walked in yesterday and was on a panel with Will Smith, and then today he gets us.
I think we have a clip of Terry Crews. Are we going to play this or are we going to talk over this? I think we're going to throw this right now. All right, we're just going to play it. Check this out.
We're here to light shit up.
Awesome. So Terry Crews is a playable character in the game, and it's actually Terry Crews. He's not just like voicing some other character.
No. Terry Crews plays Commander Jackson.
Yeah.
One of the leaders of the agency strike force. So.
This is like an incredibly detailed Terry Crews character model.
Right.
Probably the
he's
best
really
looking
good.
Terry Crews we've ever seen in a video game.
That's
I think
right.
we can go ahead and say that. If you guys are looking for
Exactly.
box
Yeah.
quotes, that's one right there.
So John, you're running the story for Crackdown 3.
Yeah.
What is the story of Crackdown 3?
The story takes place about a decade plus after Crackdown 2, and the world has been hit with a series of blackout events at major metropolis across the globe, and the agency is pinpointed to New Providence, an island that's been kind of commandeered by this corporation that calls itself Terra Nova. And so the agency has been sent in to investigate what their plans are, what they're up to, and to shut them down, if need be and need be. So.
The B is needed.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool to go into this game and be like, oh no, there's like a full legit story here. Because I think a lot of people when they think of Crackdown, they're like, I collect orbs and I break stuff.
Right.
That's my whole existence in this universe. But there's a reason to do that, and there's a reason to be here. So and you
and the breaking
brought that
stuff,
in.
Yeah, the breaking stuff and the orbs collecting is all still there.
It's still there.
Right. But the narrative is built around this larger-than-life experience of you as this agent on this island against a series of escalatingly crazy villains that work together to form the whole of what Terra Nova is. And then the narrative kind of unfolds as you start to take these people apart piece by piece.
So you get to sort of write about like why these villains are who they are. You get to develop these characters and be like, this guy is this way because he's a megalomaniac or he's insane.
Yeah, we created detailed backstories and bios for each of the villains and how they've not only their own lives before they joined Terra Nova, but why they came together, why they were brought together, and why they work together. In some cases, don't necessarily work together that well because of their egos or their drive.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been having a lot of fun writing those villains.
Oh, it's a blast. I mean, first off, so you have the agents. We have Terry Crews, who's like the living embodiment, physically and vocally, of the agency.
Sure.
And so to match that, not only match that, but escalate it on some level with the villains, because you're a superhero, you're an agent, you're leveling up, you're gaining skills. We need villains that you want to punch and kick and throw things at and shoot with increased aggression. And so throughout the game, they are also increasing their aggression towards you. And in that aggression, the story also starts to unfold. It's not just in the things you're doing in the world, it's how these people interact to what you're doing but as you're taking them apart.
I see.
So like when you write for a guy like Terry Crews, does he just roll with it? Does he come in and bring his own taste to it? Is he flipping your script upside down and adding new things? How does that work?
I think it's a combination of all of that. We try to write as big and bombastic as we can, and then once he gets it in his voice and his attitude and his positivity and his energy, just amps it up. And he'll play with things from time to time, but he's good at like taking the words and however we might have imagined them being larger than life, like he just amps it up. He just has the energy, and he can see it in his mind as he's creating like these characters, like where he wants to go with it and how big and bold he can make it.
I was gonna ask, like, do you have like 6 cups of coffee and then like lift 300 pounds and scream in a mirror and be like, "This is how Terry would do it"?
I drink 6 Cokes and then I don't lift
Nap.
any weights.
Take
Then I
a
nap.
nap,
There's a couple
yeah.
naps.
Yeah.
And then I just hope we can match his energy.
A 6-pack of Cokes is kind of like a weight.
Yeah, it's kind of.
That's enough.
But I do it one at a time.
It gets
I don't know.
lighter as you drink them.
Yeah.
I said on the panel too, and I mean, it'll be revealed in the game when you play it, but we had him do some weird stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some crazy stuff that Terry did for us, and Terry never says no. Like he's like, we'll at least try it. He's like, it might fail, but I'll give it a shot. I'll say the line the way you want me to. I'll say the thing you want me to, and then we'll see how it goes from there. So he's always great.
So Dave, you're the art director of the game, is that right?
Yep.
So John comes up with these characters, and then you have to try and figure out what they look like?
Yeah.
So how's that process
Yeah, and that's, I mean, for Terry it was even more so because when we shot the live action shot, the sequence that we showed at E3 this year with Terry on the rooftop, that was shot a fair amount of time ago, and at the time we just had a level 1 through 5 agent that we used, and we had designed those suits out levels 1 through 5, and they were really good, and they're going to be in the game. They're fantastic. They look great. But after working with Terry, we all kind of huddled together and we were like, it's not enough. Like, Terry is more than a level 5. We need a level 6 Terry suit, and that's what you see here. I mean, we actually, with that in mind, went out and designed exactly what Commander Jackson would look like. And he's he's really the only known level 6 agent, so he's pretty special.
Now, did he do like mocap stuff for the game?
He did, yeah.
He did?
Lots. Yeah,
Did
we
you
showed
set up
some.
a skyscraper for him to jump off?
You know what? We actually did. So we built a stage.
What? I'm joking.
For the live action piece, we built a stage for him that was elevated, and we had pads below it, and at a certain point, he jumped off of it. He had to jump off for one of the shots. So
Dude, that is like literally the best answer I could have gotten to that question.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
You were trying to tell good.
I'm like, oh, it's funny. You jump on. It's like, no, we really did that.
We did it.
It's like, okay.
Their wish is our reality.
That's right.
Yeah. I know there's some like fun weapons in the game. There's a singularity gun, which it created like a black hole that everything gets sucked into.
We're seeing some beach balls right now.
Yeah. Singularity beach balls.
That's right.
But are the designers coming up with these weapons, and then does that give you ideas of fun things to do with the story?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they show off what they're working on and the crazy mechanics, and then building fictions behind what these guns are and how they work within the larger narrative of the world, and then trying to come up with how you can potentially use those in the story to take apart these bad guys. So I always want to kind of hit those beats, but also at the same time, like the whole of the narrative in the gameplay is to let the player do what they want to do.
Yeah.
So it's like leaving those breadcrumbs of this gun can do this, and it's pretty damn dope when it does it, but play it how you want to play it and see how it works out.
But doesn't letting the player play how they want to play must make your job harder?
Yeah,
you're trying to tell a story here.
Yeah, right.
Go to the mission objective, please.
But it's also part of the fun because I like the open world. I like being able to do what you're doing. I like the fact that someone could be going towards a mission objective and be like, "Oh, squirrel," and go off in another direction.
Car,
right?
Right. Yeah. Well, guys, we can't wait to play Crackdown 3. It's out November 7th. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Yeah,
thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, winter has come to Westeros and apparently to Comic-Con.
Let's check out these Game of Thrones activations and see how long we've got until spring.
Years.
Hey guys, I'm Naomi Kyle here at San Diego Comic-Con 2017, and guess what? There's a Game of Thrones experience. I have no idea what's inside, so let's go check it out. All right, HBO, let's see what you got. So ready to be King of the North? It's time for my close-up. So you have to scan yourself at each station, and just like that. That way you get your photos right away instead of having to wait. That was awesome. I'm officially in Game of Thrones. Thank you for casting me and for my close-up. I don't know if I'm allowed to touch these pieces, but I'm gonna touch them anyway. They're kind of weighty. guys, that was so cool. As a fan of Game of Thrones, this was the experience to see at San Diego Comic-Con, and I hope you guys get to experience it too. For more videos like this and to get to see everything that's going on here at the show, stick with IGN Access all week long.
Okay, we've got to take a quick break, but go ahead and turn on notifications from your IGN account.
Then you won't miss out on one thing, even if we somehow do.
We might miss it.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite platforms.
This is the IGN show.
Oh no, stop calling me.
Hey, Willie. The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30.
The CW Super Series just got a new hero. Let's find out what he has in store for us with the team behind Black Lightning. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Black Lightning, coming to CW next year, 2018? Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. Next season.
So tell us about this show. This is going to be a different type of superhero show for a few different reasons. Black Lightning was one of the first black superheroes in the 70s, something we still don't have very much of on TV today.
Yeah.
But also in this show, when we meet him, he's retired
Yeah.
from the superhero business.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so he, 9 years prior to our story beginning, he retired. He hung it up for the sake of his family. It was dangerous out there.
Sure.
And since then has become a principal. He was once a teacher, now he's a principal of Garfield High, and is doing a lot of good when the outside forces affect his family and kind of force him to start up again.
And Christine, you play his ex-wife?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. College sweethearts, and one of the only people that knew about his identity. And, eventually felt like, her husband being a crime fighter was dangerous and possibly might leave her as a widow. So she asked him to hang up the cloak, the mask, and it didn't quite work out. But they're still, co-parenting their kids.
Sure.
There's still a lot of friendship there, a lot of respect. And they're just trying to sort of navigate having two young daughters, growing into women.
Sure. So, Salim, what's the tone of this show?
I think the tone we could say is reality. We're based in 2018.
Okay.
And what we really liked about the Black Lightning comic is that it always was socially relevant. And so we really look forward to continuing that tradition and attacking some of the issues that we see out there every day. 125 shootings over the 4th of July weekend in Chicago. That's something that Black Lightning is going to take on. We didn't have a whole lot of superheroes in the ghettos in these last years. So Black Lightning is going to go into so-called ghettos and fight those sort of villains, the villains that are out there every day. So I think that's the difference, is that we're not fighting aliens or other people dressed up in suits. We're fighting everyday villains and solving everyday problems.
Where is the show set?
Atlanta.
In Atlanta, okay. So Black Lightning's power is that he can harness electricity. Is that accurate?
Yeah, harness it and use it for his means, yeah.
And is that... Is it actual like a power that he has, or is it part of his costume?
He's a metahuman, so it's his ability. His suit is, if anything, protects him and grounds him more, but the ability is natural.
So when we come into the story and meet you, this isn't your origin story, basically. We're not starting in from the beginning.
Right.
But are we ever going to revisit that?
Definitely. You know, through Jefferson, Gamby, and Lynn, I think we'll come to realize how he got his powers, how they affected the relationship, why they got divorced, of course, why he's coming back. But I think we have to address those things because, one, it's fun, right? It's a comic. It's a comic book show, right? But two, I think it carries meaning and for the character and lets you kind of figure out why he is the way he is.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Christine's character is aware that you're Black Lightning.
Yeah.
Is anyone else?
Gamby is aware. He's actually a mentor, childhood mentor, who's helped build the suit and is kind of championing the idea of going out there.
I see.
So at that point, it's just those
Just
two.
Gamby, just those two, yeah.
You mentioned your two daughters, though. They are important characters in the Black Lightning story as well.
Yeah.
They also have powers.
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Is that something we'll also be exploring eventually?
That's one of the exciting things about the show is, whereas we don't get Jefferson's origin story, we get his daughter's origin story. So that's exciting, and we really look forward to exploring it.
You talk about you're not going to be battling aliens, cyborgs. It's going to be like real grounded villains. But do you have like a big bad villain for the season?
Tobias.
Okay.
Tobias Well, and I think a lot of the comic book fans are familiar with who that is.
Okay.
And we'll have villains. We'll just play it naturally. You know, we'll play it naturally, and I think that again will set us apart from some of the shows and make it interesting.
Cool.
Yeah.
Chris, the action hero role. That's new for you.
Yeah.
How was it doing the stunts, action scenes, fight scenes?
You know, it's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. I mean, getting hoisted up on a building and jumping down, those things, they're kind of, and you're doing them in the safety of like, okay, I'm pretty important in this show, so I don't think I'm going to get hurt. Or at least people are going to try to make sure I don't. So it's kind of playing, cops and robbers to a very high degree.
Yeah.
And I love the idea of learning a new skill.
Sure.
So it's fun.
Yeah. Christine, do you get to do any of that fun stuff?
Maybe, I don't know.
Her superpower is love.
Exactly. My superpower is love. Yeah, I'll fight with different powers: love, care, kindness, nurturing.
I wouldn't rule out you throwing a few punches.
No,
though.
absolutely. I think you're smart. Written or not written.
So you're on the CW. There's been a lot of questions about whether this is part of the Arrowverse, but you've said that as of right now, it's not. Is that correct?
Yeah. And the reason for that is that although Black Lightning is a popular name and title, I don't think many people are really familiar with the character.
Yeah.
So we really wanted folk to get to know Jefferson and his family. We wanted people to get to know Black Lightning and Thunder and Lightning before sort of mixing it up with others. And I think that will lend itself to maybe in the future doing some crossovers and things of that nature. But I think it's time for people to get to know, like you said, first Black superhero on broadcast television.
Yeah, for sure.
And so we got to get to know them first. We have the Obamas of the superhero world, so we got to get to know them.
Yeah, for sure. So you retired 9 years ago.
Yeah.
For your family.
Yeah.
So why get back in the game now?
Well, I mean, kind of twofold. One, it is in the immediate moment. My daughters are in danger, and so needing to rescue them. But also that illuminates the bigger picture that. As much as Jefferson Pierce has affected his environment through education positively, there's been need for a little bit of muscle that has been lacking. So, his absence has left a hole, and it illuminates the fact that the community needs him to come back.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to see what you guys are doing with Black Lightning. It seems like you're going to be adding something very refreshing and different.
Thank you.
Superhero genre.
Thank you for saying that. We appreciate it, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming by. Have a great show.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we've got to take a quick break, but that just means you have time to download the IGN app. That way you can keep up on everything Comic-Con, from breaking news to the hottest trailers.
Oh, that was good.
All right, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
IGN Live at the IGN show.
Oh no, stop calling me.
Hey, Willie. The IGN Show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is everywhere you are. Like us on Facebook to get the latest trailers, gameplay, and funniest memes. IGN on Twitter will keep you up to date on everything happening within the realm of gaming, movies, and TV shows. Follow our Instagram to get behind-the-scenes stories and one-on-one celebrity access. And subscribe to IGN Snapchat as we take you on movie premiere red carpets and the show floors of the world's biggest entertainment events. Find IGN today on all of your favorite platforms. IGN is everywhere you are, whether you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Snapchat. IGN gives you access to the best news coverage on everything you love. The hottest new
What do a serial-killing saint, that guy, and a guy with a butt for a face, but not in real life, have in common? They're both brought to life by our next guest, the stars of AMC's Preacher. Guys, so nice to see you.
Oh, you too. Nice to see you again.
So we're in the midst of this season. We're going to talk a little bit of spoilers, but I got to ask you, Ian, what was your reaction when Seth and Evan and Sam sat you down there? You're like, you know, you're going to be shooting a lot of scenes with Hitler this year, and we're going to make him a little sympathetic, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Evan, at the end of last season, had kind of taken me aside and been like, you know, you're going to be in hell this next season. We think it's Hitler. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. But, like, we'll see if AMC, actually lets this happen. So when I got the script, and it's me and Hitler. And it's just been
It's been
madness.
a lot of you and Hitler.
Yeah.
It's a love story.
Yeah, it's beautiful. No, I mean, it's amazing. Noah Taylor plays Hitler, and he's incredible, and it's been a lot of fun.
Now, on the other side, up in the real world, finally out of hell after he was stuck in it all last season.
Yes.
The Saint has been absent for a little bit of time, but has just been like this amazing, incredible, terrifying threat following our favorite anti-heroes around.
Yeah, he brings his own hell with him, the Saint. Yeah, he's just now he's got the mission to get Genesis and to kill Jesse Custer in the process. Not that he has anything personal against Jesse. He just happens to be in the way of accomplishing his goal.
How important was it for you to be able to sort of have a backstory that humanizes the Saint's mission, like wanting to just get out of hell and do what he can once you get to this?
It's immensely important. Otherwise, it very much becomes a two-dimensional character, and we explore, without giving too much away, further down the line in the season, we explore a little bit more of that background that he has. But yeah, it's terribly important because you have to find a way of humanizing him. Otherwise, I would find it not particularly interesting.
Right. And on sort of the same topic, for Eugene, we find out his backstory is a bit different than in the comics, actually, and a lot more sympathetic when we see that play out. How important was that for you for sort of characterizing our favorite R space this year?
Yeah, I mean, Sam had kind of filled me in with the idea of what that backstory would be at the beginning of season 1, which was very helpful for me because it informed a lot of the choices that were made in season 1. And I know it's kind of one of those things that, for me, it made sense, but for audience members, when they were under this impression that Eugene was this kind of murderer, me watching it, those felt like they very conflicted, so it was good to finally get a little bit of justice for the character. And, as an actor, you spend so much time kind of meditating on your backstory, just in general, at least I always do, but it's rare that I think you actually get to go in and then act that out. So to be there with kind of the blood and the brains and actually be living it for a second was a lot of fun.
And it's comically so tragic as he's trying to put the brains back in her head. And
well, I think really what's one of the things that's interesting about Arseface is that essentially he is the most good of the characters.
The one
really.
trapped in hell.
In the world of
Yeah.
Preacher. The rest of us carry around our own versions of heaven and hell with us, whereas actually, essentially, Eugene is a good person, a very good person, and I think that's what's interesting, that to then place that very good person in hell
with Hitler.
Yeah, with Hitler. With Hitler, with a slightly more sympathetic Hitler. That I remember we were talking about it, and Sam was like, "Yeah, you're gonna see a darker side to Hitler," and it's like, "Oh, really?"
The less
Hitler, that one?
Listen,
Okay.
he was a vegetarian. He liked dogs. He was a great dancer, according to the producers.
You know, there is a world in which we could have had the Saint purely just be this threat we were catching at the end of episodes where we don't catch back up with Eugene until hopefully he gets out of hell. What do you think? Why do you think it's important, beyond just having you on the show a lot more, about bringing those characters a bit more to the forefront this year?
Oh, well, yes, you need... I think with my character, because he is the antagonist, I guess the principal antagonist in terms of the story of Jesse. Yeah, you need that sense of them finally meeting somebody who is their match, more than their match, in fact. After all, I am indestructible. So when you've got somebody like that following you, and it's as much about what you withhold with a character like the Saint as what you exhibit. So you couldn't have him in every scene, you couldn't have him. You need to feel the fear of him coming. And the fear and the fact that he walks everywhere, I think, is just so much more intimidating.
Yeah.
I mean, it would look ridiculous if he started running, to be fair.
Well, we see that,
I mean, in that coat,
in
he'd trip
episode
over
2,
the sword.
I think, right, when he pulls out the guy's tongue, too.
Yeah,
and it's just...
yeah. Well, he deserved it.
Yes, I don't know.
Come on,
Maybe.
he lied.
How about for Eugene, though? Why do you think it's very important to be giving his perspective in hell?
Yeah, I mean, I think this whole thing is so interesting in being able to have seen his backstory, because it's like, I think we've always kind of said Eugene is the one true Christian on the show and has kind of become a little bit of the moral compass. And last year, I think by the end of it, at least for audiences, maybe the idea of him being this moral compass was undermined by the fact that everyone thought he was a murderer.
Right, then we thought he was a murderer.
Yeah, but now that we kind of see the truth, and now he is in hell, which is this dark place where you hear Mannering say it, that, act accordingly. It's... we'll be curious to see if that morality, now the question this season for Eugene will be, will he really be corrupted? He's in hell, he's with Hitler, and will this experience change him for the better
Well, I
or for the
also
worse?
think the last question before I let you go is it inevitable that he gets out?
I mean, I would hope to. I think, the thing with Preacher is usually the best stuff doesn't often happen to the characters that try to be good and try to do the right thing. They usually get their tongue ripped out or something.
Or this guy chasing
I
after
promise
him.
I won't rip your tongue.
But I think Eugene, at least in our space in the comics, is an important role, and I think there's a lot of story to tell with that, and hope for the best.
I can't wait to see the next episode. You left us with one heck of a cliffhanger. The Saint is coming to New Orleans.
He is.
And I know that we're going to pick up back with that in the next episode as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for coming by IGN Live at Comic-Con.
Wow.
Enjoy the rest of your Comic-Con experience,
you.
and make sure to keep watching Preacher.
Absolutely.
Back to you guys inside.
What's up, everybody? My name is Josh Rio. I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con at the Marvel booth, where they have some costumes from Thor Ragnarok. They have Valkyrie down at the end. They have Thor before he loses his hammer and becomes unworthy and gets a haircut. They have Loki, yes, who's always up to something. And Grandmaster, played by Jeff Goldblum, with blue paint on his face. So these costumes look super awesome from the upcoming movie. So enjoy a close look at the armor.
Our next guests make the world ending seem sort of fun. Please welcome the cast and creator of The 100. Guys, you just had your Comic-Con panel today. How exciting was that? You're coming back for season 4.
It was awesome. Yeah. We're actually coming back for season 5.
Season 5. I'm jumping the gun. I'm traveling
You're actually
back
not the
in
first
time.
person to do so.
Really?
Yeah,
we're over exceeding everyone's
I
expectations.
think so. We're like playing with house
Yeah.
money at this point. It's
Yeah.
great.
Well, I think what's so interesting when you guys are coming back is there's sort of this creative reset. There's this jump forward in time. How much is that going to change the show, Jason?
Well, every season we try to come up with a whole new threat or a whole new story. Obviously, this season it's a whole new threat plus a 6-year time jump. So it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge to try to figure out what's happened with each of them, how they've changed. They've been away from each other almost 10 times longer than they were ever on the ground. So that's going to be interesting to sort of clock the differences, and there'll be conflicts because of it. Octavia's going to come back a kind of a badass leader, different than she was when she left. Bellamy's going to come back a leader and have clashes with his sister. I'm telling you more than I've said all day now, so I'm going to shut up. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be cool to see that.
Well, I love that. I mean, Octavia's always been a badass, right? That's why we love her. But what are you most excited about having them no longer be teenagers? You guys are finally 20-somethings.
They can drink legally.
Drinking legally back on Earth. Yeah, cheers.
Oh, we can drink Monty's moonshine.
What are you guys most looking forward to coming back from this time jump and really getting to explore where your characters are now?
Should we go down the line? I don't know. I'm the most excited about season 5 because Octavia's taken on so many different layers throughout the course of the show, but now she's taken on yet another costume, which is the leadership role, which she doesn't really know how to do. So I love how she shows her vulnerabilities to Indra and to Bellamy, but to everybody else, she pretends like she knows what she's doing for the good of mankind.
Yeah, she's going to screw it up pretty badly.
Of course.
Leaders do.
Yeah, I'm going to screw it up real bad, and I can't wait to show the world how flawed Octavia could be, and that's why she's so great.
As an actor, I'm really excited. Just the freedom that the 6-year jump is going to give us as actors is just kind of, it kind of separates you from every decision you've had to make over the last 4 seasons and put you 6 years in the front. You can decide if your character's gotten over certain things or what kind of baggage you want to keep. Just ditch the baggage you don't want anymore and start fresh.
Yeah. It's true. Every year, because we tell a different story, it's always fun for us as writers because we're like starting fresh, but the actors really are playing the same part again in this new story. But now they really do get to reboot. They really do change. There will be differences. So people might be like, that doesn't sound like Murphy, or that doesn't sound like Monty, but
17-year-old Murphy, maybe not, but
they've changed.
A lot
6 years,
changes.
Long time.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
to your
really.
high school reunion.
6 years is a really long time, and I'm curious too about the inversion of roles, right? Like we see that prisoner ship coming down. Now the people who were, are people in outer space coming down to Earth for the first time are the grounders, and are just disconnected from everyone for a really long time. So how are you all looking forward to playing into that inversion?
I'm excited to drink legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been brewing this stuff for 4 years. I feel like I've earned the right to have that moonshine. The biggest thing for me is discovering if Monty and Harper are still an item. I hope they are. I think they've earned it and they deserve it. But it's 6 years.
6 years, you could be married by then.
Yeah.
There could be
You
multiple.
could be married.
We could be 6 kids by then.
divorced
So
by then.
married, and divorced, and remarried, and re-divorced by then. So yeah.
A lot of things happen.
Have you started teasing them a little bit about where things are going? What new looks we'll see?
Well, we've talked. I try to have everybody into the office before we start shooting, and none of these people. Yeah, I think maybe Chris and I had a little
The
talk.
3 of us are Canadian.
They've yet to come in.
You can
So
do it on camera now if you want.
We can't do that because we'd be spoiling everything. But your point before is a really good one, which is it is inverted. Like we have flipped the script. They are the grounders now, and the prisoners come down. They were the prisoners in the pilot, so we're going to play with that for sure.
What can you say about the threat the prisoners pose to everyone, and if it is a threat, or what the main conflict will be this season?
Every time we introduce a new sort of group, I like to try to find the gray in it. So yeah, they're going to seem like villains, but we'll probably find guys in there that we really like, and there might be a love interest in there. Who knows? For somebody.
Why'd you look at me when you said that? What are you plotting?
I'm plotting some stuff. And, ultimately, they will be a threat. I mean, they're going to want that little patch of green for themselves. They feel like they're entitled to it. They left 100 years ago, and now they're back, and they want to be free. And Wong Crew is going to come out of that bunker at some point, and they're going to want the only survivable patch of ground, too. So, it's a little bit of a, this town ain't big enough for the both of us kind of story.
Well, on the flip side, are there any grudges that still remain 6 years later that you can tease?
Well, I think it'll be really interesting to see, Octavia dealing with Echo, who went to space with her brother. I mean, I think that, yes, the answer to your question is, if they were together for 6 years, they probably worked their shit out, but the ones that haven't been together still have stuff.
Hey, you shouldn't know any better. This person's just the same person to you. It's just your memory of them.
Right.
I'm curious as well, is there a happy ending in store? It seems like each season we're losing more and more space, literally, all this time has passed. People are more separate than ever, and there's only this tiny area of, habitable land.
Yeah, well, I mean, this season's about regeneration, a little bit, rebirth, and the planet's got to regenerate. Earth has the tendency to do that, thankfully, and the characters are going to be in a similar sort of, reimagining, regenerating thing. Happy ending? No. I mean, this is the 100, so I always say it's a tragedy. You know, people get upset sometimes that characters die or that relationships end, but you know, the best relationship stories to me are the tragedies. Those are the ones that last. Romeo and Juliet.
Guys. Those are the memorable ones.
Of course, the tragic.
Nobody
love
wants to
stories are
hear
the
about
best.
the oh great, your marriage is still working,
Exactly.
awesome after
Yeah.
60 years,
That's
and
what we
you
all
paid off
want.
your mortgage. You know.
Well, on the flip side,
there
like
remained an
knowing
insurance
the
claim. Your
tragedy
kids
is
are
coming,
perfect.
and that you guys are probably going to be separate for at least the beginning of the season. What's the fun of everyone being together at Comic-Con and getting to like experience that with the fans and be here as a group?
I think playing these characters that go through all these tragedies but come out on top, or at least try, and they're so like Richard Harmon said earlier, resilient. I think that's something that these fans can relate to, because our characters are all across the board so flawed, but we're trying to make executive responsible decisions. So that's something that they always come up to us and say, you know, thanks, you got me through this difficult time of X, Y, and Z. So that's what I really like with meeting the fans.
100%. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're like, that's a good
I was
answer.
like, that was the words out of my
What
mouth.
she said.
Perfect. Yeah.
Before I let
Ditto.
you guys go, Jason, I'm going to keep putting you on the hot seat.
Yeah.
How long is it going to take after we come back in season 5 for people to come out of the bunker, for people to come back down from space, and for everyone to start intersecting
I want to
again?
know the answer to this too.
Well, I mean, it's going to take a little while, but we jumped 6 years so that we could sort of skip most of the time that they were apart. So we're going to get them down to the ground pretty quickly. We're going to get that bunker door open eventually. You know, there's a lot of sort of catching up to do. There's a lot of backstory to fill in, time to fill in. By the time the door opens, I think, I'm not going to tell you what episode that is, but we're going to have a really good idea of what happened in all 3 sort of arenas of the show. So it'll be early, but it won't be the beginning, if that makes sense.
That does. That's
Okay.
that's a window. That's a window we can work with.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for coming by.
Thank
IGN
you.
Live
Thank you so
at
much for having us.
Comic-Con.
Thank
The
you.
100 coming back soon, going into production soon as well,
Yeah,
next month.
couple weeks.
You guys will have some scoops then. You'll know what's actually happening.
Then they could spoil shit.
Yeah, perfect. We'll circle back then. Thanks everyone so much for tuning in. We have plenty more excitement on the way, so stay tuned.
What did you do this weekend, Diana?
Me?
Huh.
Nothing very interesting.
The world remains in mourning after the death of the Superman.
What we're saying is a crime wave around Lex Luthor, the Arkham Asylum. And where is the Gotham Bat? The mass vigilante has been a no-show.
He said the age of heroes would never come again.
It has to. We don't have any more time.
Something is coming.
No protectors here. No lanterns. No Kryptonian. This world will fall. Like all the others.
One misses the days when one's biggest concerns were exploding wind-up penguins.
This is crazy. Honestly, I think we're all gonna die. Each of us, in some way, is held back.
Don't engage alone. We'll do this together.
It's really cool. You guys seem ready to do battle and stuff, but I've never done battle. I've just pushed some people and run away.
Relax, Alfred. I'll take it from here.
Do I know you?
Superman was a beacon to the world. He didn't just save people. He made them see the best parts of themselves.
All right. I don't recognize this world.
We don't have to recognize him. We just have to save it.
How many of you are there?
Not enough.
Do you really think that...
Oh, wow, they really just vanish. Huh? Oh, that's rude.
You said you'd come. Now let's hope you're not too late.
Hey guys, Max and Brian here for IGN. We are at San Diego Comic-Con 2017, and we are outside about to play Recoil, which is a game that uses plastic Bluetooth-enabled guns and your smartphone to basically create a real-world first-person shooter. You clip your phone in here, you talk through a headset, and it all uses GPS and Bluetooth and computer wizardry to help you shoot your friends.
So let's go try it out, and you know what? Let's try and kill Jason Mewes.
Brian and Max, I'm coming for you, man. You're gonna eat lead, son. You're gonna eat lead from Team Mewes. I got killed. I haven't died once yet, son. First kill!
I got him! I killed Jason Mewes! Good game, guys.
Oh, come on, they get one by one. I got 6 kills, 1 death only. That's why I'm coming back Saturday. They're bringing me back for the big dogs.
We did it. We killed Jason Mewes.
Jason Mewes is dead.
We are the victors.
Yeah, we won. So yeah, that pretty much feels like laser tag, but with all the elements of a first-person shooter. You've got an announcer in your ear talking about which team is winning, how much time remains. There are airstrike pickups on the map, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, when you die, you have to run to a respawn zone. So this is very different than just playing like Nerf guns in your backyard.
Yeah, it feels very much like augmented reality laser tag. And what's cool is that they won't, yell at you for climbing on stuff like they do at laser tag. Those jerks down at the Family Fun Center who are worried about getting sued. You can get injured all you want playing with Recoil.
That's
I'm sure
right.
they want a disclaimer right there. We got plenty more coverage coming up from Comic-Con right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
And we killed Jason Mewes.
We killed Jason Mewes. Sorry, Jason.
This is incredible. Everyone's here. You better have a seat, Arnold. Why? What's going on? Lights!
The legend of Arnold will be passed down from kid generation to kid generation and onward. And Gerald is the keeper of all legends, the teller of all tales. Take it away, Gerald.
We call him Arnold. Friend to all, force for decency, doer of good. He's the most dependable, trusty, true blue friend I can imagine. Help you in a second, no questions asked. And I know plenty of others feel the same. Let's hear from some people who Arnold has helped.
I would have never left my stoop. And now look at me, sitting on the biggest stoop in the city. And it's all because of Arnold. Now I can harass people from my stoop and from off my stoop. Anyway, guy's got a great heart.
He helped me get over myself. Now I'm tolerant, gracious, and self-effacing. Oh, and humble. I'll get a copy of this, right?
Arnold put me back together with my old partner, Don, and remade my career. I get applause from fans, but Arnold's the real star, baby.
Arnold helped me escape the cage of my old rooftop habitat. Now, I'm as free as a bird. Merci, Arnold.
Arnold listened to me and treated me just like another friend. He's, you know, pure of heart. I'll never forget that, Arnold.
I can inaudibly say that the overesteemed Arnold put the coach back in a Coach Wittenberg.
I was a one-dimensional bully until Arnold showed me my sensitive side.
Arnold. Never heard of him. Arnold almost killed me, but then saved my life. Got me a new fish, kept me from going back. Thanks, Arnold. What a pal. I'm okay.
Pure of heart. That's Arnold. And that's why he deserves to win the trip to San Lorenzo. Because he's done so much for others. He's a humanitarian, just like his parents, and the helpers for humanity.
Monkey Man!
Hey, Arnold, you're a bold kid and a true hero.
What's up, everybody? My name is Josh Riel. I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con with these giggling gentlemen, the co-publishers of DC Entertainment, Jim Lee and Dan DiDio. What's up, guys?
Great. Actually, it's been pretty exciting for us. We have a lot of big announcements we've been making the show. We've been talking about how we're diversifying our line overall next year. We have a couple of major events with Metal and Doomsday Clock we've been chatting about. So I think the reaction seems to be, makes me feel like we're on the right track with our fans because it's been great.
So why did you decide that now is the time to go dark?
Well, you know, it's actually a story that Scott Snyder has been kind of brewing and developing for a while now, and basically he's always wanted to do something that kind of spanned the entire DC universe.
And actually, if you talk about it, a lot about Rebirth was about hope and optimism. We've been telling that theme over and over again. And if you want to really challenge it, you have to challenge the characters. You have to show why they're the heroes. And we have to put them through some real tests in doing so, because ultimately they have to be able to inspire others, but they do it through their actions and their behaviors. And I think the greater the danger, the greater the hero. And that's one of the reasons why these stories are being told.
I want to switch subjects to Doomsday Clock with Jeff Johns and Gary Frank. And for that, when he came to you guys and said, I want to have Superman confront Dr. Manhattan, that's a really crazy idea. It's never seen before. What was your reaction?
I think it was like one of those old crap moments, you know, I think. But you know, the great thing about Jeff is that he is a writer capable of pulling off the most grandiose out there kind of concepts.
And it stands for a lot for us. I mean, it's not a story that we are taking lightly. It's not done for a quick grab or a quick event study. And Jeff's really got a brilliant take on this. It came together in such an amazing way. Him and Gary Frank are working in ways that I have never seen before. Jim said it before, but probably is the work of his career. And because of that, we feel if there's any questions about it, the material itself will answer those questions. We don't even have to defend it. It stands on its own.
Well, thank you guys so much for talking to me.
Always great to see you.
Thank you.
For more from Jim and Dan, DC Comics, everything Comic-Con, keep it here on IGN.
Hey guys, Max here for IGN. I'm at San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm at the Sideshow Collectibles booth. And Sideshow Collectibles distributes a lot of different types of collectibles, such as the Prime 1 statues that you see here. This is the Hunter statue from Bloodborne, and we've seen a few of these. I've seen photos. Seeing one in person is just stunning. Look at the detail here. There's disgusting rainwater. There's like spilled drinks and stuff. I mean, a game that's called Bloodborne, you expect some blood, and they really didn't disappoint. The detail here is really, really staggering. I hope it picks up in video. It's just a really cool statue. This will run you about $800. I mean, I don't think that counts shipping, which is probably substantial because I imagine comes in a box the size of a small child. But that's not all they have here. I'm a big fan of The Witcher, and they have some very cool Witcher statues. We're gonna go ogle those real quick. Now, Bloodborne rules, but I'm really more of a Witcher guy, and that's why I'm pretty stoked on Geralt here. Dude, come on, it's the White Wolf, it's the Butcher of Blaviken. Here he is putting his foot up on, I believe, the head of a fiend. It's got that third eye and everything. Detail here is outstanding. I gotta say, I think the Bloodborne one's a little bit more immaculate in terms of where it's putting everything, but this still is really, really cool. Look at the tiny drop of blood at the end of his dagger right there. That's nuts. But that isn't the only Witcher statue here. There's also one of Geralt's beloved Yennefer, you know, depending on what options you pick in the game. Come on, let's check it out. So here's Yennefer. I really love what Prime is doing with the glossiness of all the, well, I guess viscera. She's got actual fur on the lining of her tunic, and there's this raven that's flying off. There's like translucent smoke curls because, of course, she's an enchantress. But that being said, these are just a few of the wonderful collectibles that Sideshow distributes. So if that strikes your fancy, take a look at their website sometime. And hey, if you've got $770 lying around, this is Geralt, and my birthday is in November. We got lots more coverage coming up from Comic-Con, so don't go anywhere. Keep it right here on IGN.
Well, guys, IGN Live is taking a break to hop aboard the IMD boat hosted by Kevin Smith.
It's a real thing. He'll be talking to some of the biggest names at the con, along with a look back at the biggest breaking news and trailers.
But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back later to chat with the creator of Deadpool, the stacked cast of Blade Runner 2049, and deliver all the breaking news from the halls. So stay tuned, Comic-Con.
The IGN show.
We take a look at the highly anticipated.
Oh no, stop calling me.
Hey, Willie. The IGN show, weeknights at 9:30, only on DXP.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide. IGN is the world's #1 media.